Oh, good. The DVD logo went live again. Right, less of your sass. Right, we're starting a different way, different energy this time. There's expectations now. Yeah. There are expectations, and I will be Xing them. So just wind your neck in and be nicer to me. Otherwise, I will, and I mean this, I goddamn mean this, cry. Mum said you have to be nice to me. Will we not be talking about nuclear winter? Let's not put any limitations on where the chat does or doesn't go to, okay? Let's keep it loosey-goosey. Let's keep it all kind of free-form. We'll see what happens. You know, I read the messages that you write. Strigo, when will Classic Plus release? When the moon sits in the sky and the cockerel doth crow 3 times, and also probably next year. We good with that? We happy? Fantastic. Hang on, I'm just putting my shirt on. You can read. I am a reader, it's true. I need to share a secret with you, though, okay? It's going to be a very honest, very genuine secret, and I think I need to just be straight up front with it and not beat around the bush, and just let you all understand the kind of vibes we're going for. I have just had a Chinese takeaway. I'm very full. Don't expect me to do anything. Don't ask me to tank. Don't ask me to explain things. Don't ask questions. I'm just going to sit here and kind of zone out. Right? I'm very full. What did I have? Good question. I had sweet and sour chicken balls, because you've got to have sweet and sour chicken balls. I had crispy beef, crispy chili beef specifically, and then I had some beef chow mein. It was delicious, honestly. It was fantastic. It was everything I wanted it to be and more. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I am leaning into my Chinese arc. Maybe that's what's happened. Maybe we should go and play whatever the Chinese version of WoW was when it came out. Chicken balls. Yeah, exactly. You know, that's what I admire Chinese cooking for. Like, the West uses specific parts of the chicken, like chicken wings and chicken thighs. China uses all of it. You can get chicken balls. And you know what? Fry them up and they are pretty tasty. You pair them with some sweet and sour sauce. I'll be real, I don't know if it's sweet and sour sauce. I know that it's just incredibly thick red sauce. That's pretty much all I know it is. The thicker and the redder, the better. It can be half food colouring. It'll work for me. What's wrong with English cuisine? We invaded literally the entire world to try and get away from it. And once we'd done that, we settled on fish and chips and beans on toast. I'm going to be real with you. Not the best choice. Not our finest hour. Ever. Mistakes were definitely made when that happened. I had questions, if nothing else. Question now is, can I kill a heavy war golem all by myself? Let's find out, using my skills as a tanker den. Welcome in, everyone. How are we all doing today? Are we all having a good time? I hope we're all having a good time. I am going to be grinding my general kind of quests. That's the whole kind of point of this. Just general quest vibe, quest grind. See what's going on. English cuisine is kind of stuck at World War II style food. I think we always want to kind of push back to that spirit of the Blitz, and a lot of the English people do live as if the Germans are still flying overhead. There will be someone that goes, oh, you've got to save that for tomorrow. I'm like, it's literally a bit of bone with a molecule of chicken on it. We can throw this away. That is okay. Nobody is going to need this. English food is pretty good, though. We've got some pretty good stuff, like pizza. That's pretty banging. What else have we got? We've got curry. That's pretty good. In fact, I'm pretty sure that... What's the tikka masala? Tikka masala is good. Kebab, that's nice. Yeah, it can't get more English than a kebab. Sunday roast. Yeah, there we go. There's some good stuff. I know you're all taking the piss, but there is some genuinely good stuff out there that I think you should all love. That's food imported from other areas. Actually, no, there is a genuine English dish. I'm pretty sure it's chicken tikka masala. Chicken tikka masala, despite being a curry, is in fact English. Made in England. Full English breakfast. You know what? That's all we needed. What happened was English cuisine decided to dominate breakfast and then kind of stop there. That's all we needed to do. Do the TBC servers stay or do they transfer to Wrath of the Lich King? I don't know. I'm pretty sure that we're just going to go to Wrath after this. What's the thing called where you put a bird into a bigger bird and then roast it? Oh, turducken. That was invented by Friends, but I'm pretty sure some English people probably do it. Turkey, duck, and chicken. No, to be fair, full English breakfast is the best way to have breakfast. Just objectively, it is. You can disagree with me, but then you would be wrong. Where's my vest today? It's still very warm in the UK, alright? I can't always be fully covered up. Am I planning to try out Classic Plus? Every single person has asked this, every single stream, and I don't understand why people can't just accept that the answer is probably. Hey, Mr. Video Game Player, a new video game has come out that is entirely within your wheelhouse. Are you going to play it? I don't know, probably. It's the most asked question. Hang around and you will see it asked multiple times. How about the American breakfast, which is that plus pancakes? Okay, right, listen, the Americans did do pancakes pretty well. Maybe because it took 20 years for you to stream WoW. Yeah, I was busy. I was answering all the questions from other people asking when I was going to stream other things. Now for something else. Is this hardcore? Emotionally, yes. Mechanically, no. Will you wear wigs? Maybe. When will you wear wigs? When are you streaming OSRS? Let's just live in the moment. The moment is a gift. That's why they call it the present. You know who said that? Jesus. That's what he did when he was in his Kung Fu Panda arc. So let's just chill. Let's just enjoy where we are right now. Let's not think about the future. We don't need to. We're going to think about where we are right now. Do you like questions? I neither love nor hate questions. I feel that questions are important. I've got a lot of friends that ask questions. I think it's very important that we're able to ask questions. Let's continue to attack these guys and slowly but surely burn out of mana. There we go. A lot of my friends are questions. I think we could learn a lot from the question community. Very true. Right. I think, yeah, there we go. Blessing of Wisdom is shift 9. Then we get the Curse of Wisdom onto you, the Judgment of Wisdom. Then we attack, and hopefully every attack gets me some stuff back. You know what I am loving, though? I'm loving this new sword attacking much faster. Josh may or may not play Classic. That's the best way of putting it, CD. Thank you for joining us. 300 experience per kill. That's... It sounds like a lot, but it's really not. Right, let's just pop over, kill you. Yeah, my lawyers have advised me to say maybe. I mean, to be fair, they've also asked me to stop calling them my lawyers when I don't employ them. Do I plan on reviewing Whack Fu? I wanted to play Whack Fu, but then I realized it was French. And honestly, my morals... A man's got to have a code. Mine just says, don't do French. Except Expedition 33. Yeah, the French definitely managed to redeem themselves with that. We all appreciated that. That was a great game. So let's go this way. We're going to continue destroying these war machines, leveling up in whatever this place is called again. Searing Gorge. And after we finish the Searing Gorge quest, we'll go and do some other stuff. And just kind of generally vibe, you know? Wakes up, sees pinned message, goes back to sleep. It's okay, Inju. CD's got you. They're helping. It's either that or answer the question hundreds of times a day. Where's a good place to grind? The problem with these enemies is they seem kind of spread out. Like, I need a place I can just grind. Shadowburp says, my lap? Is your lap full of enemies? Like, if it is, then yeah, sure, you know, if you need me to come and do that, I'll sort that out for you, but I thought you'd be safe there. Are Brits born with a hatred of the French, or do you grow into it? It's different for each person. Some people have natural talent, other people need to train at it, but even a gifted amateur can do quite well. A trained professional, though, will always be able to hate them more. Because you'll understand why you hate them. And the main reason is bigotry. That, and, you know, just hang out with a French person for a while. You'll understand. You can hate me, but I'm telling the truth. Any chance I can get 15% off gamer subs? Absolutely not. No. Don't be greedy. You can get 10% using code Josh and no more. You're not allowed anymore. I'm going to be honest, I think you probably don't even deserve the 10%, but it's not my choice. They chose to give it to you. You know, I realized something horribly appropriate. There's an NPC in FF14's warrior job named Searing Gorge. There we go. We've got to have the Searing Gorge. Is his name Searing George or Searing Gorge? I think it's like a pretty standard one. Can you get 7% off gamer subs? Absolutely not. You deserve so much more than that. Your lighting makes you look like a Baldur's Gate 2 character portrait. Thanks, that's natural lighting combined with unnatural lighting. Right, we've got 13 more of these things to go. And my God, they are challenging me now. Consecration uses quite a lot of mana, I have realized that. Although my sword hitting faster is much better. I'm enjoying the faster weapon. Josh, what's your Indian takeaway go-to order? All right, Killer Bin, listen up. It's quite a complicated one. Lamb korma. Okay, now we've got the basics down. We can add in the extras. Maybe they do a garlic and cheese naan bread. But I spoke about this yesterday. It's very important. You have to understand. What is the coriander situation? We need to understand the coriander situation before we can understand anything else. It's extremely important because I have that random gene mutation that makes coriander taste like soap or cilantro. So we are not coriander maxing, all right? We need to coriander mog on everything. Get rid of it. I don't want to taste any soap in my meal. Basically zero. You have discovered you have the gene recently. It's not coriander seeds. It's only ever shredded coriander leaf. But you can Google it. It's a weird thing. Are you sure they aren't just putting soap in your food? Oh, no. No, no, no. The takeaways around here are banging. They're good takeaways. We trust them. They're good people. Unfortunately, it's just me and coriander. Wait, that's a thing. Yeah, Google it. Google cilantro tastes like soap. Cilantro is the American term for it. Coriander is the English term. It's the same thing. No Mexican or Vietnamese. I actually discovered I had that gene when I tried to eat Vietnamese food and the whole thing just tasted like soap. And I thought, oh my God, they've just given me a bowl they've just washed. You thought there were similar herbs? Nope. No, no, no. It's exactly the same thing. Coriander is cilantro is coriander. Is this a common British thing that spices taste like soap? No, it's just I've got the weird genetic mutation, all right? I'm like a really shit Spider-Man. I basically, if you give me food with coriander in it, I will be able to tell you that it's got coriander in it. If you can find a way to make that into a superhero, and trust me, I know Marvel is scraping the bottom of the barrel, but in order to get that in, we'd have to pretty much be rimming it. But I do think that maybe I can fit into like phase 12 or something? Who eats soap? Nobody. That's the point. That's why food tasting like soap is so weird, and I don't want it to happen anymore. Why does everyone know what soap tastes like? It pretty much tastes like what it smells. Was there ever an advantage to that mutation? Yeah, many years ago during the Coriander Wars, which you may not remember too well, but they were extremely important in British history. Coriander leaves are cilantro. Yes, and they taste like soap. You can Google it. Josh, do you taste like how you smell? I don't feel qualified to answer that question. I'm sure we can find somebody else who is qualified to answer it, but I don't know. You guys remember when the Coriander Nation attacked? Or as we call them now, France? Josh, will you ever consider picking up Warframe again? Kip, I have a limited amount of time in the day. I need to make YouTube videos. I need to clean the house. I need to walk the dogs. I need to eat. I need to stream. I simply do not have a lot of time to play a lot of games. Everyone always asks me, when am I returning to this game? When am I returning to that game? When am I putting this game back up? When am I making this video? When am I making that video? I have a limited amount of time to do all of these things. Just stop sleeping. Already done. Why is there a massive dragon flying around? Oh, so you quit these games. They're on the back burner for now. Best way to put it. For those that play TBC, what's the most in-demand class? Honestly, a good player. You will always get groups quicker if you are a tank or a healer. But if you're a crap tank or a crap healer, you ain't gonna keep those groups. Shaman will be good. Shamans are decent support characters. People always like shamans, and you can stack them. It's also very important to understand that while every class has a... This is what I'm learning. While every class has a place in a raid, some classes have... I don't want to say more of a place, but I would say you can stack them. So you only need to take one warrior with you in order to effectively get all the benefits that having a warrior would bring. But you could take 4 or 5 shamans, stack them all together. So while it's great that you could take a really high damage hunter, you could take multiple high damage warlocks. So while warlock may not be the most in-demand class, you can take multiple of them. I don't like reading the words human shaman pede, but I do think it would work. Warlock is decent. Warlock is good because you can stack them and just get loads of warlocks. Shamans are good because they bring raid-wide buffs. Paladins are good if you're going to go up against trash mobs. Druids are good for tanking, kind of single target things. There's lots of choice. But honestly, at that point, just play something that you enjoy. The best class is generally the one that shows up and is competent. What I would say is if you really, really, really want to get into like the high-end end game stuff, maybe don't play Rogue. And the only reason for this is the Rogue gameplay loop is very... The Rogue gameplay loop is quite selfish. And I think if I make a video about Warcraft Classic, which I probably will do within the next couple of weeks, one of the things I have noticed that I really like about the game is when you pick a class, you aren't just picking your position within the combat triangle, as in the Holy Trinity of tank, DPS, and healer. You're also picking a level of utility support. So yeah, paladins are tanks, but they also bring the group-wide auras, which means other players have more armor, or they can do retribution damage, or they don't get interrupted when they are casting spells. And yeah, warriors are of course doing damage, but they're also reducing the enemy's defense, which is increasing everyone else's damage. And mages are doing DPS, but they're also feeding everyone water, and they're teleporting people around and stuff like that. What I really like about Warcraft Classic is every class has an element of being selfless. It's not just what you do, it's what you make others better at doing, which I really like, because then you'll be thinking, hey, let's take this guy because they're a paladin, not just because they can tank, but also because they can do this. And it's that utility. Then you get classes that have less utility and there's less demand for them. One of those would be Hunter. I simply think there's less demand for taking Hunters in groups because they bring less group utility. The only real role is DPS, tanks, and healers. Yeah. Hunters just bring the vibes. So one thing that I really like about WoW Classic is the synergy between the classes, and how that is the absolute epitome of a thing being greater than the sum of its parts. If you put one paladin against an enemy, and then you put one shaman against an enemy, and then you put one priest against an enemy, they would all struggle. But you put the paladin, shaman, and priest together, and they are all making each other better. And that, I think, is honestly a brilliant combination of stuff. But I like that. I like that a lot. So when people say, what's the most in-demand class? Look, all of them are going to be wanted. And if you're competent at playing it, you're going to be wanted more. WoW Synergy is kindergarten stuff compared to Final Fantasy XI. Belk, I don't know Final Fantasy XI, that might be true, but I will offer you a tiny bit of advice. Whenever people are talking about something that they like and they find interesting, it can make you come across as really insufferable if the first thing you want to try and do is insult the thing that they're talking about and compare it to something that you like and imply the thing that you like is much more complicated and much better. Just try not to do that. Saying, I mean, the energy of, if you like the synergy in WoW, you might really like Final Fantasy XIV. That is a really positive interaction. That makes me think really well about the Final Fantasy kind of 11 player base and you as a person. If you come across and go, World of Warcraft is kindergarten compared to Final Fantasy XI, it makes you seem like a really insecure elitist. So don't do that. There are better ways of wording that you like something. You don't need to put one thing down in order to lift the thing that you like up. You want the person that you're talking to like you, and then they'll like what you like. Unfortunately, that was an extremely confrontational way of starting any kind of comparison. And I see it all the time in most MMORPG spaces. People like something, and the first thing they want to do is put something else down in order to lift what they like up. Unless it's coriander. We can all hate coriander. So I don't want to say that anyone is definitely wrong, but do understand that the way that you phrase things reflects on both you and the thing that you're talking about. Have any of you experienced that? Have any of you ever noticed that people who are quite socially kind of inept, if you will, do this thing where instead of liking what you like and encouraging you to like what they like, they almost make you feel bad for liking what you like? Sorry, you were just putting down rogues. I thought we were dissing. No, I like rogues. I said rogues bring less utility. I said don't play a rogue if you want to get an easy role within a kind of end game raiding group, because rogues are a more selfish class. They can open the chests, but they don't bring as much utility to a group. A group will never pick a rogue over almost anything else. I like rogues. I have got a rogue character. I think they're a really fun class to play, but I also don't think they bring as much group utility. That was the advice based on what someone should or should not, effectively do. I pressed the wrong button. If they want to get into a kind of higher level class, if you will. Rogues bring easy access to chests. Yeah, I mean, they can loot stuff, but beyond that, you only need to bring one. I don't think you're ever benefiting from bringing more than one rogue. And that's going to make anyone playing a rogue, they're going to struggle. Rogue is the biggest armor reduction in the game. They've got good crowd control and good distract. They do, if they're good at it. Like, if a rogue is able to use all of its interrupts and all of its kicks, phenomenal. But you tend to find that people playing warriors are going to be more reliable. Rogues are good. They've got their purpose. But you're not going to see a raid group with like 5 rogues in it. But you could probably have 5 shamans. Play what you like, play what you're good at, play what you want to carry on with. But what you will also find, and this is me just being genuine here, good rogues are excellent. Absolutely fantastic, really good at kicking, really good at crowd control. But there is also a bit of a general hatred against them, because a lot of rogue players that I've met have just not bothered with doing that and are more bothered about pumping their own damage. They'll simply stand behind and pump damage. And that's great if you want to do lots of damage, but it's the utility that struggles with. So choose a class that you like the look of, and honestly, just play that class. It's the best way to do it. Just again, understand that you will be competing against general dislike of rogues, which unfortunately is sometimes proven to come from a real place. Damage is utility. The best crowd control is death. Yes, I get that. And I'm not saying that rogues are bad classes. I'm saying that they are classes that people struggle to play well, and groups don't necessarily need multiple of, compared to utility classes like shamans or priests. What class do I like? I think they've all got benefits, but I'm really enjoying the paladin so far. Yeah, so far, paladin's good fun. I want to see if I can start tanking some higher dungeons as well. If I can get to 46 or 47 today, I'll probably see if I can tank Zul'Farrak. What's my opinion on druids? If they want to live their best furry life, they can go for it. I've not played a druid yet. Yeah, it also very much depends on what kind of gameplay aspects you want to do. Are you a PvP player? Are you a raider? You're going to do dungeons? You're doing quests? What's the vibes? That kind of stuff. So basically what you're saying is that you hate rogues. For people that have no media comprehension, yes. For people that need it to be an us versus them, 100% yay or nay, yeah, pretty much. Right, let's go with unleashing the Seal of Wisdom. My rogue in Season Discovery had to resort to selling her services. How dare? Is that the future you want for your character? Maybe. Maybe it is. Rogues are good in PvP, especially open world PvP, because of the stealth nature of them. I've been told that shamans and druids are really good in organized PvP. Don't think I've faced a druid in PvP. I think we're too scared to face me. Now let's just unleash Seal of Wisdom. Let's get the Seal of Wisdom back up. And now let's see if I can hopefully get some mana back by fighting this. On world, PvP rogues are terrible There are souls and camp lower level players. Well, yeah, that's what PvP is. Bullying other players. Honourable dueling is fine, but, you know, PvP players don't want that. They want to just gank other players. That's the point. Tell you what, though, I am losing quite a bit of health. So let's judge and then get the Seal of Light back up. Give me a chance to get some. Honourable dueling culture was strong back in vanilla or TBC. I haven't really seen it be too strong here, but I'm sure some people love it, and I'm sure some people have a great time with it. But again, the best player or the best class in WoW is the one which is played by someone that can bring a level of utility. You bring utility, everyone will love you. Right, what is that? Incendisaur. I'm guessing those are like enemies down there. Thank you very much for the sub. That's very kind of you. Welcome into the stream. I'm going to be doing some general questing today. Hopefully do some Zul'Farrak later on. Do a bit of grinding. Do a bit of dungeon stuff. And then see if we can get some new weapons, new armor, new plate. I don't think I have any talent points. No talent points to spend yet, but we'll get some. Yeah, the best class to play is the one that makes you think, wow, this is really fun. I want to keep playing this. Because then, hello Josh, want to be the 1000th guy asking, but what is that bar? That bar is perfect. There is no fat on this bar whatsoever. Everything on this bar is needed. It is essential. I'll talk you through it. 1, attack. Obviously, pretty self-explanatory. Press that, attack the enemy. 2, Seal of Righteousness. Does more damage. Attacks gooder. 3, consecration. Basic paladin attack. Make everything around you feel the power of Jesus. 4, hammer of justice. Simply then stop enemies. Be like, stop. Hammer time. 5, judgment. That's when you unleash your seal, do more damage, cast it again. And 6, elixir of water breathing. Just in case, you know, you get too wet. I just picked up the slag plate gauntlets. Interesting. Let's have a look. No, not as good as my Crag Fists of Healing, which increase damagey spells and give me some agility. No, I don't need that. Closing in on another level as well, which is nice. You don't like getting too wet? Should you bring a potion when it rains? Absolutely. You don't want to risk getting too damp, do you? Don't want to risk being a moist boy. If I try the new RuneScape 3 leagues, nope. I've heard they're good, though. Thank you for everyone who's subscribing with Twitch Prime. That's lovely. Lovely of you to do. I'm going to go this way and see what the next thing is. Incendisaur. What is an Incendisaur? Is that like an enemy below me or something? It's going to be in the caves, isn't it? And then there's also a quest called the Key to Freedom. And there's also a quest up here called Divine Retribution, which I think I want to go and get. Level 48 quest. I'll see if I can. Do I have any space for it? Yeah, I do. Oh, is this the... What was this quest? You. Divine Retribution. Listen as you tell me a story. I will listen as you tell me a story, my friends. That's a fascinating story. Absolutely. Genuinely fascinating. I'm prepared to do whatever you told me to do. Let's do it. Oh, good. Oh, God, we have to kill golems now. I was just doing that. You could have told me. If I could have just stacked up on quests. Could have doubled up. Didn't. Hey, how you finding WoW Classic? Really enjoying it compared to OSRS. Different games, different, you know, different streaks for different freaks. I'm trying to decide whether to start OSRS or not. I mean, yeah, do it. Give it a go. See what happens. They are different, and that's fine. Oh yeah, Righteous Fury. Hang on. Turn that back on. There we go. There should always be 4 things going on up here. Retribution Aura, Blessing of Sanctuary, Seal of Righteousness, and Righteous Fury. Those things should always be going on. We got all those things going on, we're all happy. Right, what else was the quest? And you wanted some dinosaur things as well? I'm going to go and see what the hell those Minotaur things are all about, because I'm pretty sure that's down in this cavern. OSRS is a great game. It's a different thing. It's kind of a more second monitor, chilled out, relaxed thing until you're doing super endgame stuff where it gets really complicated. Do you ever watch videos on stream? Not particularly. I have a really great 5-bin video that'll make your WoW nostalgia explode. I don't have any WoW nostalgia. I never played it back in the day. This is like my first time. I only started playing World of Warcraft last year. I don't really have much nostalgia for it. You can send me video suggestions on Discord, but I tend not to watch stuff on stream. Why? Why did I only start playing it last year? I was busy. I had other things to do. Then why classic and not retail? Because I want to start at the very beginning, okay? When I started watching YouTube, I watched every YouTube video from the first uploaded to now. I treat everything like One Piece. You start at the very start, you push all the way through. We're starting at classic. When I catch up to where retail currently is, then we can go and do more. Until then, no. Got 20 years of this to go through. There's also a chance this guy drops a key. Why play X and not Y? Because I don't want to. Start at the beginning, go all the way up. No matter what you do, somebody will always be unhappy, and someone will always say, why are you doing this and not this? Because there's a limited amount of time in the day, and this is what I chose to do with it. Did I do Outland yet? I've been to Outland on my warrior. That's the only character. I'm going to be slowly kind of leveling this paladin, getting it up to 50-ish, and then I'll start tanking some more stuff. What a day. Hooked on a feeding. Welcome in. What's happened? Tell me about your day. Fill me in. What's gone wrong? Just start One Piece on episode 381. No. If you really want to assert dominance, you should watch One Piece like it's Memento. And just watch it backwards. Starting from the latest episode, work backwards, then work out what's going on. That's what real fans do. And if you're not doing that, you're not a real fan. Sorry. Be the one to tell you this, but it's true. Don't you love YouTube videos with the title, "Stop doing this, you're doing it wrong"? Depends if it makes you click on it or not. The job of the thumbnail is to make you look at the title. The job of the title is to make you click the video. The job of the video is to make you watch. Each one leads to another. If that title is just enough to intrigue you, it'll work. You've inspired me to play this game. Started just now. Wish me luck. Go for it. Have fun with it. Did I play the Legacy of Kain trilogy? I've played Soul Reaver and Soul Reaver 2. Haven't played Legacy of Kain Blood Omen yet. It's on the list. It's a long list. So, right, we are so close to a level, and this is honestly proving really slow to grind. Like, I'm not going to lie, I am struggling to grind here because everything is quite spaced out. So I'm wondering if there's a better place when you are level 45. I'm wondering if going back over to Tanaris would actually be a good idea. Do I have any quests that are complete? I do. That is Ironforge. Take the Pruth to Mountaineer Pebble Bitty. Oh, you get the key to Searing Gorge. Lovely. Where's that dude? Ah, there we go. Let's go to him. Let's fly back to Lochmoden. Let's go and grab the key to Searing Gorge so it's quicker. And then we'll head over to, I want to say Tanaris. You did all of Tanaris already. I don't think I did. I'm pretty sure Tanaris had some other stuff to do. Yeah, I've got all these quests. I've got Dune Maul, Brutes and Enforcers, and I've got Zul'Farrak to go and attempt to, hopefully, grind away and do some dungeon stuff with. Dungeons, Zul'Farrak is 42 to 50. I should be able to tank it at 46. There's the Ongoro Crater as well. I quite like the Ongoro Crater. I think what I'm going to do is I'll hand in the quests here. I'll go and hand in the Ironforge quest. I'll head back over to Tanaris because I enjoyed it as an area. We'll do some grinding over there. Then I'll see if I can tank Zul'Farrak. Might need a team who are going to be a bit patient with me. But I'll see what I can do. How long until Avenger's Shield? Like 4 more levels. Because you need to have spent at least 40 points in the upgrade tree. And I'm only level 45. You seem a lot more jaded, impatient toward people, and I guess stupidity since you first started streaming. Would you say streaming is a more negative experience than YouTube? I don't think I'm necessarily more jaded toward people. I think people are just seeing it more because I am streaming more. And by that, I mean, if I stream for 1 hour a day and we get one annoying person, you'll see one bad interaction. But if I stream for 8 hours a day and we get 8 annoying people, that is the same amount of people per hour, but then there are 8 clips of negative interactions from one stream. So I would say that I'm probably encountering the same amount of irritating people that I would, at least with a kind of proportion way, but simply because I'm doing it longer, we're just being exposed to more people and more people are seeing the negativity from that. I don't think that I am kind of snapping at more people, but I do definitely think that more people, as this stream grows and as YouTube becomes more popular, more people seek this stream out with what seem to be rather negative intentions from the off. And there are more people that start a conversation in a confrontational way. And this is very important, I don't think they would do that in real life. Why do I think that is? Because there are a lot of people who are unhappy, and instead of just sitting with that unhappiness, which is an incredibly awkward thing to do, it's easier to want to distract yourself. And when Twitch streamers are always available, one of the best distractions is just going and having a conversation with that person, even if you're not actually that good at having conversations. I think a lot of people, instead of sitting with any kind of negative, awkward emotion that they may have, will distract themselves with an argument. When I first came in here, you took my old handle a bit wrong, and I didn't have intentions to antagonize you. In that case, that was my mistake, and I apologize for that. But yeah, dealing with people for 4 hours a day. Have any of you worked in customer service jobs? Imagine that you work a customer service job all day and then you just meet people who intentionally come in there to argue with you. Eventually, you're just going to be really annoyed at them. And then someone's going to come in there who's not done anything wrong, and everything that's been building up like a pressure release valve just snaps at that person. If you've been a teacher, you understand that, and this happens again. If you're a teacher and one class really, really, really irritates you, and then the next class happens and one person in that class does something that's slightly annoying, you'll snap at that person because the class before built up all of the pressure, and then you've got to release it somewhere. I stumbled across your channel a few weeks ago. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Surprised you haven't covered personal favorite DC Universe Online. It's on the list. It is on the list. The list is every game I haven't covered yet. So to link this back to the original question, do I think streaming has made me kind of shorter with people? I have a limited amount of energy per day. We all do. And if I can tell that somebody actually wants to change, I will put as much energy and time and effort into them as they are, willing to give, willing to receive. But sometimes you have a conversation with someone and you realize you have no intention of changing. You have no intention of improving. You just want to be angry. You just want to be upset. You're almost reveling in this. They always say, don't argue with a pig, because don't mud wrestle with a pig, because you'll both get covered in shit and the pig likes it. That's one of the best ways to look at it. Viper, thank you very much, man. And remember this, if you think it's hard to win an argument against a smart person, it's impossible to win one against a dumb person. And what I think I have to do is I have to sometimes reassess, is this person talking to me with genuine intentions, or is this person talking to me with nefarious, I'm just going to be an arsehole intentions? And eventually I have to sit back and be like, look, you have no intention of being any kind of good faith conversation with this. You're just here to argue. No matter what I say, you're never, ever going to agree with me. I sometimes have to ask people, is there something I could say that would change your mind? Is there something I could say that would either make you like me or make you think differently from how you currently think? And most times people say no. And at that point, I'm thinking, well, what's the point of this conversation then? You don't like me. You have told me that you don't like me. You're being an arsehole. You won't change that. I don't understand what you're getting from this beyond just being able to say these things. Who are these people? Iggy, are they in the room with us now? Hang around for a bit, Iggy. You'll find out. We had to ban a few yesterday. But also, I do think you guys occasionally have to understand that many people say things online because they can't say them in real life. Also, sometimes remember that there are some people, unfortunately, lots of crows outside, cool. There are some people who are on the internet who are children. There are some people on the internet who are unhappy. There are some people on the internet who are just, mentally unwell. And you will end up interacting with all these people. But I mean, why do you think the stream has progressed? People have come to be argumentative over time. At the start, it seemed less so. I follow you for years on YouTube. YouTube and Twitch attract very different audiences. YouTube attracts an audience that simply want to watch a video and be entertained. Twitch attracts an audience, some of whom simply want to be entertained, but some of whom want to be actively engaged with. And this may come across as quite arrogant, but not that many people are actually good at conversations. Not that many people are good at engaging. They will engage by belittling. They will engage by making awkward small talk. They will engage by saying things that make no particular sense, or making in-jokes, or quipping, or quoting. I'm sure some of you guys have spoken to people in real life and you just thought, this person is dire at holding a conversation. Have any of you ever tried to have a conversation with someone and you can just tell this person is not good at socializing? Unfortunately, you have a higher than average amount of those types of people actively seeking out conversations on Twitch. And I'm not saying that's all of you, obviously. But what I think happens is, as Twitch grows, the percentage of people who are bad at communicating doesn't necessarily increase, but the actual number as a whole does. So if 1% of people in a Twitch chat are incredibly awkward or offensive people, and you've got 100 people in a Twitch chat, that's only one person. But you keep the same 1% and you put 1,000 people in that chat, suddenly you got 10 people. and 10 people being awkward at the same time and being weird at the same time, suddenly that's a lot more noticeable. It starts to exacerbate itself. It starts to kind of push together. You increase that number to 2% or 3%, you got a lot more people then. Twitch is bad for conversations because some people have keyboards and one person has a microphone, and that doesn't always balance out. So I actually don't think that percentage-wise it's gone up. But I do think that sheer numbers has increased just because it's increased. What do I think is good chat conversation? How much does it differ from a good conversation? So, Happy, that's a good question, genuinely. I think that Twitch is not necessarily a conversation as far as talking to someone face-to-face goes. Because talking to someone face-to-face, you have many more variables that you need to deal with and can use to your advantage. You have body language, you have facial expression, you have the general social situation you're in, you have how comfortable you are, you have the cadence of voice. I think Twitch is excellent as a call and response style conversation. I can read things, I can respond to them, but what I can't do is I can't respond and then have somebody interrupt and correct me live. I can give my response, someone can give theirs, I can give mine, they can give theirs, and it's a very back and forth style conversation. It's a very kind of game of tennis. Whereas speaking to someone face to face in real life, a lot of the communication is done non-verbally. A huge amount of, people don't realize this, but a huge amount of communication in real life is actually not based on the words that you say, it's based on the way you say them. It's based on the body language you have while you are communicating. It's based on the situation that you are in. So I feel that a conversation on Twitch is often a stream of consciousness from me attempting to respond to a specific from you. And if we actually tried to have this conversation in real life, it wouldn't work because there is a delay. And this is part of we're getting really into the mechanics and the psychology of Twitch now, which is something I've looked into for a hell of a long time. When you write a message, I see it, I read it, I respond to it. But in performance, there's a saying, and the saying is dead air is a crime. And what that means is anyone joins this stream, I have roughly 5 seconds to grab their attention. I need to constantly be talking all the time. All that air needs to be filled. And the reason I'm doing that is I'm waiting for you to be able to hear my answer, the time delay to effectively pass itself by, you to write a response, and then me to read that response. But I have to keep talking while that's going on. Can you imagine doing that in an actual face-to-face conversation? Can you imagine someone walks up to you and goes, "Hey man, how's your day going?" And your response is, "Yeah, it's been really good. How's yours?" "Right, what I've been up to is this, and this, and this. Right, here's what we're doing today, guys. Doing this, and this." And the person's thinking, "Whoa, I can respond now. I can respond right now. Hang on, calm down." If we had a conversation, like a genuine, straightforward conversation, me to you, to me to you, to me to you, there are so many breaks and so many gaps within that it would not work. How the hell is your throat not ruined yet? I was a professional theatre actor for years before I moved on to YouTube and Twitch, and a lot of the training is about not straining your voice whenever you perform too much or talk too much. Now, I do, of course, strain my voice sometimes. It sucks. But part of the training is not forcing your vocal cords too much. That's what radio broadcasts have to do. They have an alert if there's 5 seconds, no sound time. Yes, absolutely. So I think that if what you have seen is an increase in negativity, I don't think that as a percentage these streams have increased in negativity. I think as an overall total time they have, but I think that's because everything has increased overall total time. You should hear Josh after he's done a speaking engagement. Very different voice. That's when it goes really hoarse. I was very hoarse by the end of the 100 days. Most people don't talk into a microphone for 8 hours a day. Even with the best training in the world, doing that for a long time, you're going to hurt your voice. Would I teach us how not to strain your voice? It's mildly interesting. So, there are a lot of ways to save your voice. One thing that I would say is always have water. Drink way more water than you think you need to drink. And if you think you're drinking enough water, no, wrong, double it. What's in the homework folder? Hentai. So one thing that's really important is, first of all, if you want to save your voice, use the technology around you. I have a microphone. I don't need to talk any louder than the microphone simply needs to pick up. What you don't want to do is... Have you ever heard of a thing called a shouted whisper? A shouted whisper is a theatre term for when a character performs a line, spoken line, with the characteristics of a whisper, but the volume of a shout. And imagine that you go and see a theatre, and it's really interesting to see this happen. You've heard it called a stage whisper or shouted whisper. So the volume doesn't actually change. But what does change is the way that you do this. Guys, listen up. Gather round. We can't let them hear us. Here's what we're going to do. Now, the volume hasn't actually changed, but the effort that you put into doing that has. And all of the audience know, okay, I get what's happening. That character is whispering, but they're whispering loud enough that we can still hear it. I know some people that do that when they try to actually shout in real life. I have known people who cannot increase the volume of their voice. And they'll say, hey, how you doing? Can you teach me how to shout? And I'll say, yeah, just make it louder. And they'll go, hey, how are you doing? And I'm thinking, you've not increased your volume. What you've done is increase the strain on your vocal cords. Volume comes from the amount of air that you're able to expel from your lungs while you are making this sound. So one of the easiest ways to do it is to use the minimum amount of energy to produce the sound that you need. If you are producing more sound, you don't need to. You are effectively wasting time. Stop doing that. Let's just see. I've got no quests in the Ungoro crater yet, which is a real shame. When do you get the Ungoro crater quests? Because I kind of want to go and do them. It's just a shame that I don't yet have access to them. Your voice will be fine as long as you drank a lot of water. Absolutely. There is also a special kind of sweet called Vocal Zone. Vocal Zone it tastes horrible, but really good. Honey is also good for the voice, and then modulating how much effort you do or don't put into talking. Could loud singing in the fan section of a football match help? So singing is incredibly difficult to do well technically. Not just sound good, but also do well technically. Because you are modulating your voice so much. So here's what I used to do to explain to my students how loud you needed to be on stage to be heard. I would have them stand at one end of the hall, and I would go and stand at the other end of the hall. And then I would talk at the volume that I needed to talk for them to hear me at what they thought a normal volume would be. So they'd be far away from me, I'd be on the stage, at the back of the stage, they'd be at the back in the audience, and I would be talking to them and I would say, can you hear me? And they would say, yes. And I would say, okay, fantastic. Do you think I'm talking loudly? And they would say, no, you're talking normally. And then what I would do is I would continue talking, just a stream of consciousness without changing the volume as I walked toward them. And by the time I ended up right next to them, it was very obvious that the volume I was putting out was way higher than they thought it was. And then I said to them, this is the volume that you need to talk at on stage, at the back of the stage, for the people at the back of the audience to think you are talking at a normal volume. You wouldn't change the volume, you would just keep walking toward them and they're like, okay, you're shouting now. Nope, I was shouting the whole time. You just didn't realize. Projecting your voice and how you project your voice is again something that can be taught, something that is important. You blew your voice out because you're in salesman mode all day. One thing that is very important that people often forget is do not talk without breath to support what you are saying. It is the breath moving past the vocal cords, moving out of the mouth, which produces the words. If you do not have the breath, you will not produce the words. However, what a lot of people do is they try to continue talking even when they don't have any breath left, and they just kind of push the words out, and then eventually you hear it do that and it strains yourself and you aren't breathing in. If you do that all day, every day, you're going to hurt your vocal cords way too much. What I would try and teach people to do is breathe in, then talk until you think you've used up roughly 50% of the capacity, then breathe in again. You've always found that difficult for singing because you have a naturally soft voice and overly sensitive ears, so you can hear myself louder than I am. One thing that's really weird about any kind of vocal or noise that you deal with in theatre is the way that you hear yourself isn't how you sound. Because sound waves, for us, travel out your mouth, through the air, into someone's ears. However, the sound waves that we hear ourselves of our own voice aren't actually those same sound waves, because those sound waves are going forward. We're getting some reverb that comes back in, but the majority of the sound waves that you hear of your own voice are actually echoing around the inside of your mouth and the inside of your skull and being picked up by your ears from there. This is why when you hear yourself in any kind of recording, you go, "Oh God, I don't sound like that, do I?" Yes, you do. You've just never heard those exact sound waves produced before, because the sound waves that you hear when you talk are the ones that have reverbed around your own head instead of traveled through the air. Which I think is fantastic, because then people say, "I've just heard a video of me, I don't like my voice, what do I do?" The honest answer is, that is, as far as every single person you have ever or will ever meet, your voice. No one hears you the way that you hear you. And I'm sorry to say that, because some people will hate it, but a lot of people hate their own voice. Another really important thing to do when modulating the voice is to work out where you want the sound to come from in your mouth, and that sounds weird. But there's an exercise that you can do right now. There is something about the vibrations of the sound waves. Yes. So there is a very basic technique you can do right now, and this is really weird. It's called putadakaga. And I'll talk you through this, and you'll think it's weird, but it will help. Whenever you make any kind of noise or sound, whenever you deliver a line, it starts off with the air in your lungs and the power of the diaphragm to expel that air. When we breathe in, we aren't actually sucking air in through our mouth. What we are doing is we are pulling our diaphragm down, which is creating a vacuum inside our lungs, and due to atmospheric pressure differences, air then goes in. People think that they are physically sucking air into their mouth using a muscle that's within their mouth. That's not true. You are pulling your diaphragm down, and the atmospheric pressure difference is what causes the air to go in. When you exhale, you're pushing your diaphragm back up, and that is changing the pressure difference, and the air is exhaled. When the air is exhaled, it goes over our vocal cords, then finally through our mouth, and that is what allows us to effectively produce sound. The diaphragm is a bendy muscle within your stomach. If you have ever been winded, you know what it feels like to lose control of your diaphragm. Have you ever been in a martial arts fight or fallen over or hit yourself in the stomach and suddenly been unable to breathe? That is because, no way people don't know that, isn't that basic biology? Mr. Bigglesworth, I mean, it might be basic biology to you, but there are many things that many people don't know, so I would rather act as if somebody doesn't know them and explain it from the basics than act as if somebody does. If you've ever been winded, what you have experienced is losing control of your diaphragm, and suddenly you start to think, why can't I breathe? And that is because you cannot control that muscle, which changes the pressure difference inside your stomach. Also, if you've ever been sick, Ever notice that you really struggle to breathe in and breathe out while you're throwing up? That is your body taking control and basically saying, hey, look, I know that you want to breathe in right now, but right now we've got entrances and exits to both the stomach and the lungs. You breathe in at the wrong time, we're taking this bile and this sick down into the lungs. And we don't want to be doing that. So we're going to take control. We're going to make sure you don't die, but we're going to throw up when you throw up, then let you breathe when you can breathe. How does this all relate back to what we were talking about before? Well, whenever you produce sound, and this is effectively a way of using as little energy as possible, most sound comes from your vocal cords, your diaphragm, your head position, your body position, all that jazz. There's a lot of stuff going on there. Let me just shield myself and heal myself. Give me a moment. I've got to actually focus on this fight for a minute. Yeah, your body basically doesn't trust you with what you are doing. It doesn't. It straight up doesn't. There we go. So let's go to the basic stuff. Producing sound is several steps within your body. The first one is your body position. Don't sit down. You're squishing your diaphragm. You're squishing your lungs. You're limiting it. Stand up. Lift your head up. A lot of people, whenever they talk, and this is probably what a few of you in this chat are guilty of, is you lean forward slightly and you have your head down like that. By leaning forward and having your head down like that, what you're doing is effectively, if you imagine a straw, bending the straw, notice how you'd be able to get less liquid if that straw was bent. Well, you're able to get less air through the throat if it's bent forward like this. Which is why some of you don't think that you can really, talk or project. That's because you are treating your throat like the bendy straw and you're physically closing it off. By standing up straighter, by making sure that you are sucking as much air into your lungs as possible, and by making sure that your throat is as straight as possible, you're simply able to exhale more air out of your lungs. And people always turn around and say, you sound exactly like the guy from all the movie commercials. You have that transatlantic accent. That's simply because I've tried to make the journey from my lungs through my throat out of my mouth as simple and as easy as possible. That's kind of how we do it. Thanks, Jared. Appreciate it. Sorry, mistype. So, here we go. No one has ever said that. Yes, they have. Let's go all the way back to this. The putadakagung, basically using as little energy as possible to produce. The sound starts in our lungs and our diaphragm. It then goes over our vocal cords. It then leaves via our mouth. But believe it or not, your tongue position within your mouth is one of the most important things that you can then do to give the final inflection or the final enunciation of that word. And the tongue position can be tracked based on specific letters. Let's go with the letter P, or simply pronouncing P. P is the furthest forward, the closest to the lips a sound can be, because you effectively create it by pursing your lips together and then plosively letting them apart. P. Then let's go with T. T is normally produced by placing the tip of the tongue behind the gums above the top teeth. So you would go T. My tongue rests the tip behind my top teeth, and when I say T, it's plosively pushing that tongue down. So if we go P, T, you can physically feel the sound in your mouth moving backwards as the tip of your tongue position moves backwards as well. So P, T. But what if we now do D? D is weird. D is effectively produced by having the center of your tongue, or the middle bit, pushed up against the soft palate of your mouth and then plosively pushing that down. So P, T, D. You can feel that T and D feel very similar in the pronunciation, kind of the physical aspect of where your tongue is placed within your mouth. But by going P, T, D, you're allowing the sound to be formed slightly further back within your mouth. People are like, what is he even talking about? This is literally what you learn in drama school. So, P, T, D. And now the letter K, or pronounced K. K is interesting because you can actually say K without your tongue touching the top of your mouth or touching your gums or touching your teeth. When you say K, your tongue, if anything, rests on the bottom of your mouth, and it's effectively the soft palate within your mouth closing down onto the back of the tongue. And if you go P, T, D, K, you can feel the origin point of that explosion of air move back within your mouth. So P, as far forward as it can be. T, tip of the tongue but behind the upper gums. D, middle of the tongue pushed against the palate. K, effectively center of the mouth closing. But what about G, the letter G? The letter G is formed even further back within your mouth. G is, and this is going to sound really weird. This is the best way I can explain it because it was explained to me. Imagine, can you roll your R's? Rrr. Yes. That's a very, very sexy way of doing it. We'll occasionally throw some rrrs in, just if we need to. So if we're in P-T-D-K-G, G is... Imagine the back of your throat as a door from a sci-fi spaceship, where the two sides of the door simply close in and out like that. It's super weird to imagine, but that's the best way to imagine it. So we've gone P-T-D-K-G. G is effectively the doors being closed and then opened and allowing a plosive of air to push through. G. Best way of looking at it. And the furthest back sound we can possibly make is, there's no letter for this. If you were going to write it, it would simply be the letter N 4 or 5 times and then the letter G infinitely after it. And that is simply the sound, I know, sounds super weird to do. The only way to create that sound is to imagine that the door, the sci-fi door of the back of your throat is closed, and then you simply open it up. It's really weird. You just open the back of the throat and allow air to go through. So if you go P-T-D-K-G, that is the origin of any sound moving back from the front of your lips all the way to the very, very back. That's what it is. How many people just made the sound It's weird. And if you want to sing in a bassy way, which is lower, you're effectively trying to open the back of your throat as much as you possibly can to drop the kind of tone down to allow more air to flow through. You feel like you can't make the sound. That's fine. You will get used to it. This is not a really long setup for a dad joke. This is just me going back to teaching drama. So, P-T-D-K-G. When you are then acting, it is sometimes helpful to work out the character you are playing. Where would they produce a sound within their mouth? Well, if the character is incredibly nervous, almost every sound is going to come from the front of the mouth. So what you're going to try and do is, even if the letter isn't produced at the very tip of the tongue, and even if the word shouldn't effectively originate on the lips, you're going to try to make the word originate on the lips. And that's how you can often make it sound like you're being really nervous and really worried. If you're really worried in any kind of acting job, just make sure that everything you say is coming from the very front of the mouth. Now, it's difficult to do because P-T-D-K-G implies that there are certain sounds that are produced further back in the mouth. But what if you want the confidence with it instead? Well, the confidence would be, what if you could try to make every word sound like it was produced at the back of the mouth? That way, you aren't producing any words on the lips. You don't really need the tongue to touch the teeth at all. You can simply move the origin of the word further back within your mouth. Splendid. If you want to be lazy, just have the origin be in the middle. That's what I do. Every single origin for any word I make is pretty much in the middle of the mouth. Is that confidence, or are you doing a silly voice? It depends, Chuck. Obviously, that was me exaggerating, using hyperbole. But whenever you are performing, it's sometimes worth asking, how does your character feel, and where would the character produce the sounds from? How can you talk like David Attenborough? David is a fascinating man. What he'll do is take a breath and then use all of the breath on the next 2 or 3 words. He'll also vary the inflection, going up with a few and then down with the rest. Almost everything David says is produced slightly behind the front teeth. You can occasionally raise up the words when you're excited and then drop them down when you need to. The origin of almost any sound within the mouth is just behind the front teeth. Once you understand the physics of sound and the physics of how you actually do produce sound, you can change it around. David also changes the rhythm quite substantially. What he'll do is he'll say a word followed by 2. So what you'll need to look for is the framework he uses. When you notice the framework, it's hard to not see it. It's always about setting up a word and then following the word with the ending. Sometimes a lot of people don't get this. A huge amount of impressions are not actually sounding like the person. They are copying the cadence of the person. You're copying the rhythm of the person's voice. You're copying the way they talk. How does Ben Starr talk? Ben is a powerful man. He always starts off his sentences a little bit slower. Then he'll speed up in the middle. And at the end, he tends to give a bit of a pause. Lovely guy. If you ever meet him, he has a lot of time for people. He'll start off slowly thinking about the words, and then when the sentence gets into the flow, he'll really go for it, but by the time it finishes, you'll see that once again, he slows toward the end. What about Ben Starr turns into David Hayter? All of these famous actors have the cadence of how it flows. So a lot of impressions are just matching cadence from one thing to another. Yeah, most things about Michael Caine don't sound like him. They're just trying to get styles and mannerisms. A lot of people don't, when they're trying to do impressions, don't actually sound like the person they're trying to impersonate. They're just trying to get the cadence, the flow of it. Getting the cadence of any accent, getting the cadence of an actor, the flow of it, is often more important than just sounding like them. We are closing in on a level which is lovely. So you know what was quite funny was when I was teaching drama, I would always start the class by going, okay, drama, everyone into the hall now, let's get this started. And the students would go into the hall. And then one Halloween, one of my students arrived dressed as me. Like they turned up, jeans, white shirt, waistcoat, because that's the drama teacher uniform. And I just went, who are you dressed up as? And they just turned around and said to everyone else, all right, drama, everyone into the hall, let's get this started. Matching my cadence perfectly. Wasn't even mad. I'm like, that's brilliant. So in order to carry the joke on, I just walked in, grabbed a seat and sat down. And the guy was like, what's happening? I'm like, I don't know, man, it's your class. Go ahead. I can't be mad at that. That was just really funny. Yeah, the dude put a lot of effort in. I thought that deserves a level of recognition right there. Imitation, one of the most sincere forms of flattery. I was totally okay with it. You can't be mad. But the way that I'm able to save my voice because I'm talking for a long time all day, every day, is a combination of all of these things. Drink a lot of water, make the origin of most words the middle of your mouth, not the front, not the back. If you make it too far to the front, you actually end up tiring your lips out. If you make it too far to the back, you end up tiring your throat out. And use the microphone in order to actually push and promote. Here's a random fact. There is only, and I know that you'll think this is funny, there is only one muscle in the body that is only connected at one end. Do you know what it is? Normally, most muscles have two connections, which is how leverage within the body works. Take the most basic, which is the bicep, which is you've got a connection down here on the forearm and a connection up here on the shoulder. Most people always go, is it the penis? No, it's not. The answer is the tongue. The tongue is the only muscle which is connected at one end, and then effectively, this is going to sound weird, is a tentacle in your face that you're able to control. But do you ever train that muscle? I don't mean do you use it, I mean do you train it? Because training the tongue is different to using it. And people are going to make sexual jokes at this, that's fine, I've heard them all before. Let me explain how you train. This is going to be, and I guarantee, if you actually do this, you'll realize that you get tired way faster. Use the tip of your tongue and push it against the inside of your upper lip. But keep your lips pursed together. And then draw a circle going around the inside of your lips, around the inside of your bottom lip, and then back to the top, effectively inside your own face going around. Really pushing the tip of your tongue out, as if you are trying to push your tongue out of your own face. But you're not pushing it in between your lips, you're pushing it in a circle all the way around, and keep the pressure on as you do it. Try and do that 30 times in one direction and then 30 times in the other direction, and see how many complete circles you can do, keeping pressure on before your tongue starts to feel really tired. You'll probably get to between 5 to 15. I can do that all day because I have trained to do that all day. It ends up incredibly tiring. Your tongue ends up hurting. You feel an ache in a muscle you didn't even know you could train. Some of you, if you're really lucky, may find some breakfast that you forgot about. But part of training is to find a muscle that is weak and make it strong. Now, if you do that correctly, your tongue will start aching within 4 or 5 full rotations. These are the weird things that you do in theatre. These are the weird things that you train. And if you've actually done this, if you've earnestly attempted it, because I've taught this lesson to people before and they've come up to me and gone, yeah, I've done it 30 times, it's easy. And I've said, no, it's not, because what you're not doing is actually pushing against your own mouth. You're not putting pressure on. You're not just drawing 30 circles. That's easy. You're pushing against the resistance of your own face, trying to push your tongue out of the skin. Obviously, you're not going to break the skin, but you're acting as if you're trying to, and that is where the draining comes from. It hurts. It's hard. You really have to train your tongue muscle to be able to do that. So yes, so far I have taught you how to improve your throat and tongue game. You're welcome. This is an educational stream, if nothing else. You never stop being a teacher. And when I'm teaching this to people, if someone comes up and goes, yeah, that really hurts, I'm like, good, that's great. Now my tongue is tingling, feels weird. Fantastic. You know, another thing you can do is, and this is going to sound weird, it is important to also be able to train your lips. Now, your lips are not necessarily a muscle. They are, for want of a better term, a flappy bit of flesh. But there are a huge amount of muscles in and around your face, and it's also very important if you are performing on stage to know that if your lips get dry, you need to deal with that. If you are uncomfortable, we need to deal with that. So how on earth do we effectively force the uncomfortable nature that we can then get used to? Well, that's simple. Have you ever gone... If you played the trumpet, you know exactly how to do that. Do that for as long as you possibly can. Just keep going. Just keep making a fart noise. Constantly. After about a minute of doing that, you might need to take breathers in between it, but after about a minute, your lips start to tingle. If you do that until your lips tingle, that's when you can start training. At least one person arrived on the stream while I was doing that. That's a weird looks maxing technique. No, we're sound maxing. Is this the new sex thing? Mo, not got time for sex when you're working on your theatre game. Okay, focus on that instead. All right? Eyes on the prize. What's going on? This is why actors are weird. You had a course on rhetoric a couple of weeks ago, and I've explained to the instructor the method you taught once where you pause during your speak instead of doing an sound. He thought it was a really good strategy. Yes. If you say you sound like you are unsure of what you are saying. If you pause, you are simply waiting for other people to catch up with you, giving them a chance to process whatever you've just said. Confidence in presenting can present itself in several ways. Being able to pause instead of feeling the need to fill silence is a really important one. I, unfortunately, have been forced to watch several incredibly... Hey, there's a thunderstorm rolling in. Fantastic. I, unfortunately, have been forced to watch several terrible speakers at almost any job I've ever had perform and present information to other people that needed to know it. And unfortunately, when your presentation is bad, it doesn't matter what the content of it is if the context makes everyone in the audience just turn off. Consider this. How many of you have ever had to present information on stage? And how many of you have felt nervous while doing that? When you walk on stage, the audience is not judging you. The audience doesn't want to be there. You are the solution to their problem. You have information they need. You're going to give them the information. They're going to absorb the information. You're going to leave. They're going to leave. Everyone wins. Everyone ends up happy. By walking on stage and by kind of by going and by going and by not modulating your speech too much, it's raining. Fantastic. You kind of What it is the information that you're giving and the context you're giving it in it's important and it matters. But what you end up doing by saying I'm an a lot is you end up kind of giving all of the information in one long kind of string and pattern, and people don't know when it's important to listen and when it's important to not listen. And if everything that you're saying sounds like everything else that you're saying, that doesn't really matter. Nothing you say has any gravitas or weight to it. But what we need to do is that by saying you're filling silence. You're not allowing any silence, because silence is bad. So it sounds boring. How many of you immediately got bored? Ums, likes, kind of, whatevers, any word that you use to fill a gap within your own speaking, because having a gap there is bad, is going to end up dulling your speech and turning the audience off from listening to you. Hey, it is absolutely chucking it down outside. Fantastic. Oh, we finally got some rain. Love this for me. Will, however, close that, because otherwise I don't want to see. There we go. Goodbye, nature. Let's return to Azeroth. Finally, so much rain. This is actually gorgeous. Love this. Brit sees rain, gets excited. We have had a drought for the last 2 months. Do I have any advice for someone that stutters, as in the speech impediment? My brother stutters. Have you ever trained someone to improve that or know anything about it? I have worked with people that do have physical stutters. However, that can also be a neurological order, as in a lot of it is not only physical, but also mental. I am not trained or a specialist in dealing with that side. I can help with the physical side. I can't help with the mental side as much. Part of helping with the physical side, honestly, is slowing down. So I can explain to you aspects of the mental side, but I don't want you to take this as mental health advice. Our brain processes the words, the sentences, the things that we want to say in a linear fashion. If everything is working well, it processes it in a linear fashion. We want to say this, we say this. We want to say that, we say that. Sometimes that linear process loops, which is not beneficial. It's not great. You end up processing the same thing several times. You end up getting stuck on it. It can be psychological instead of physiological. What we need to do is work on breaking those loops, however we can do that. And I find that one of the best ways of breaking any of those loops is to be able to slow down. Because when you slow down, you manually take control back of your pronunciation, back of your enunciation. I actually explained this to Guzu and Savix when we were at the RuneScape player event, which was lovely, and they were lovely people. But one of the best things that you can do in order to manually take back control is tongue twisters. And when you understand why tongue twisters work, you will understand why you're able to use them to manually take control of a lot of speaking back. Now, if you haven't seen that short, I'll try and explain it to you. Have any of you ever attempted to do a tongue twister, which is normally a short phrase that's said repeatedly, becomes difficult to say? The classic ones are red lorry, yellow lolly, that you say again and again and again. My favorite one is unique New York, New York unique, Irish wristwatch, wristwatch Irish. Or if you are attempting to help someone get over the ability to not say the letter one or W, you talk about a racehorse called 1-1. You ever heard of the racehorse 1-1? Well, the racehorse 1-1 did a race. So 1-1 was a racehorse. But there was another racehorse called 1-2. That was the name of the horse. So 1-1 was a racehorse, 1-2 was 1-2. And then they both ran their own individual race, and the racehorse called 1-1 won one of their races. So 1-1 was a racehorse, 1-2 was 1-2, 1-1 won one. And then the racecourse called 1-2 also ran their race, and they won their race as well. Which is why you can say that 1-1 was a racehorse, 1-2 was 1-2, 1-1 won 1, 1-2 won 1-2. And that sentence makes complete sense. 1-1 was a racehorse, 1-2 was 1-2. 1-1 won 1, 1-2 won 1-2. Give it a go. 1-1 was a racehorse, 1-2 was 1-2. 1-1 won 1, 1-2 won 1-2. Chuck, you've got it. Spot on. Absolutely spot on. Now say this. Say the word, try it out loud. Say the word Irish. Now say wristwatch. Now say Irish wristwatch. Now say Irish wristwatch, wristwatch, Irish. Now bounce between them. Irish wristwatch, wristwatch, Irish. Irish wristwatch, wristwatch, Irish. Irish wristwatch, wristwatch, Irish. And if you try and bounce between them, you will end up going Irish wristwatch, wristwatch, Irish, wristwatch, Irish. You will end up doing that. Purple burglar alarm is a great way if you're trying to be Scottish. Another one is unique. New York, New York, unique. Unique, New York, New York, unique. Try and do that without calling me a Nork. Because you will say unique, New York, unique, unique. You will end up saying that. You'll end up saying Unork instead. And the reason that this happens, I'm playing World of Warcraft and I need to use Microsoft Paint to show you, but I don't want to do that. The reason that this happens, that tongue twisters are able to mess you up, is your brain processes an amount of the word, and then you say an amount of the word. And then your brain processes the next word and you say the next word. However, because the word that you are now processing is so similar to the word you have just processed, because the phonics and the syllables sound the same within it, your brain tries to shortcut what it processes and processes the wrong end of the wrong word. So when you say unique, New York, New York, unique, your brain hears the U from the start of the word unique, but then it also hears the New York, the Y at the start of the word York, and it tries to shortcut the Y from unique to the Y from New York, and you end up saying Unork, which is combining the two words together. The reason that tongue twisters are important for speech training is only by slowing down and forcing your brain to process each word before it moves on to the next word can you regain control of the pronunciation of the words, the enunciation of them, and the speed of talking. You effectively force the mental processes which are telling you what to say, which are guiding your muscles. You are forcing them to be manually led by you, which is why the song "I Am the Very Model of a Modern Major General" is so bloody difficult to learn, because your brain wants to take so many shortcuts within that process. A lot of modern songs are written to actually go around that process. A lot of modern pop songs are written to make sure that they are actually easy to sing and easy to remember. But if you want to see a challenging song being sung, "I Am the Very Model of a Modern Major General" is an excellent one. The Scientist Solarian is, of course, the joke version of it. Being catchy is often a term that we ascribe to songs that are super easy to memorize and do not ever get messed up in your own head. You have information, vegetable, animal, and mineral. You know the kings of England, and you quote the fights historical, from Marathon to Waterloo in order categorical, I think, are the next few words from that. But a lot of theatre training is understanding the physiological and psychological elements that go into not only enunciating and projecting your words, but also in processing the sentences that you need to say. And that is why a lot of actors, before they go on stage, will engage in whatever pre-performance ritual they find most beneficial to them. You're very well acquainted with matters mathematical, not math matters. That's the shortcut. You're very well acquainted with matters mathematical. You understand quadrations, both the simple and quadratical. But understanding the physiological and psychological elements of all of this is fascinating to me. It turns a lot of performance into a science, and people do want to try and codify confidence. People for a long time have wished they could codify confidence. They could effectively say, right, if you do this, this, and this, you will be confident. Are drama classes popular in British educational system? Drama is a mandatory subject up until, I believe, year 7, and then some high schools do it, some high schools don't. But I've often argued in favour of drama classes. Of course, I was a drama teacher. I'd want to do that. But the reason I would argue in favour of them is it's one of the few classes where you can explore human emotion and empathy and ideas, and you can put yourself in somebody else's shoes. People say that acting is just lying, and I say that good acting is telling the truth from somebody else's perspective. My phone is ringing. My phone is not ringing. Nothing is happening. Has it? Oh, has the buzzing mic happened again? Nothing has come through on my phone. I'll move my phone out the way, but nothing happens. It was mandatory until year 9. That's 13 to 14. Ah, excellent. If it's changed around, then good. It's genuinely nothing's happened on the phone. I might just start including that just for nostalgia at some point. The government have been trying to contact me about my extended warranty. I think that drama is a great way of teaching empathy. I think drama is a great way of exploring emotions, and I think that the kids that push back on drama the most are the ones that need it the most. The kids that I've taught who have been obsessed with being tough, with being strong, with being powerful, especially kids that have come from families that don't like showing emotion. Kids that have been raised to believe that it's weak to show emotion. When I can say to them, it's not you showing it, it's the character. You are embodying the character. You're working with them, but this ain't you, that's the character. It gives them almost permission to explore and experience something that they have been told they're not allowed to. I'm 35, Cap. And working with underprivileged kids, which was something I did for a long time, being able to say to them, hey man, it's okay. I'm not judging you. I'm seeing if you're able to be this character, and this character has to feel this right now. This isn't you, this is them. It is permission to experience something that they haven't and maybe do want to. We take shows and theatre shows and film and TV and songs, and we explore the emotional resonance and meaning within them, and that's extremely important. You will discover a lot of the kids who try so hard to act tough absolutely relish the chance to be vulnerable when they have the shield of it's not them. It's the character. It's the other idea. It's the script.
And to me, that's really important. To be able to give a kid the chance to explore and experience emotion in a non-judgmental way, I think in general, honesty just makes happier people. Because most of the incredibly angry or sad or upset people that I've met in my life have been people who have never been able to express emotions. And maybe this is just the era or the time that I grew up in, but the only emotion that men are allowed to show is anger. And anger is an emotion. And the more anger you show, the more man you are. That's how it used to be. That was a 90s thing. You're allowed to show anger. That's okay. But you're not allowed to cry. That's gay. That's how it worked in the 90s. And the worst thing you could be accused of being in the 90s was gay. That's just what happened in every high school in the UK. I'm sorry, but that's just how it was. I didn't agree with it. I'm just telling you how it was. And I'm pretty sure in schools and colleges, it's probably still the same. But you ever wonder why it's totally okay for a man to be angry, but not a man to be sad? You ever wonder what society are like? Men are allowed to show anger and rage, but they're not allowed to show fear or curiosity, all these other emotions. And when I say to some people, hey, we're going to explore emotions other than anger, to know yourself is incredibly important. And that to me was that's what drama gave a lot of kids who didn't have that outlet. Ooh, let's go with, oh, hang on, what should we do? Improved? All spell damage taken is reduced. Increase your expertise by 1 and stamina by 2. Yeah, probably. Let's go with that. The strong men get the women, just the way of life. No, not really. The strong men get the women that like strong men. The effeminate men get the women that like effeminate men. I don't like looping all women together as a monolith of this is what everyone wants. Everyone is found attractive in different ways. Remember, while all the men wanted to be Thor, a hell of a lot of women were attracted to Loki, the less muscular of the two. The slightly more confident one, the slightly more cocky one, the slightly more arrogant one, the slightly better dressed one. I think the best show of manliness in almost any media is Aragorn from Lord of the Rings. Yes, he is very tough, and yes, he is very good at fighting, and yes, he's very strong. He also sings. He also cries. He also talks to the people who are scared and who are fearful for their lives and reassures them. He also empathizes with those who are struggling. He also questions whether he has the ability and the strength required to lead his people in a fair and just way. He isn't Commando from the film Commando. So while many people will say all women want strong guys, strength does not necessarily mean physical anger or muscles. Sometimes it can mean that, absolutely. But I do think genuinely, much more often, it means knowing yourself. It means being able to be silly. Thor was far more liked by women than Loki. Not from the women I knew. I'm sure there are many people that did like Thor. But I always get this thing where, and normally it's men saying, oh, women like this, women like that. Women are not a monolith. Every person likes different things. You'll find different things attractive. A lot of people find different things attractive. Loki was incredibly popular. I think amongst a lot of women, you will find a huge amount who are attracted to Loki. That's a great, Indrasil, that is a beautiful line. Be careful not to confuse stoicism with emotional blindness. If you want to go for the Here's a quick question for you. Let me ask you a genuine question. And this question is probably more to the young men in the chat who maybe slightly subscribe to the kind of alpha male bro culture. If you were told there was a way to live that would make women extremely attracted to you, but other men would not like you and not respect you and not think well of you, would you do it? Would you be willing to eschew the respect and the approval of other men in exchange for the admiration and the respect of women? And I don't think a lot of people would, because the respect from man to man is important. That's something that does matter. So when people say, oh, women like this and women like that, speak to an individual woman and see what she likes. But also understand that men as a group will also seek respect from each other. What I've often found is that men or young boys who talk the most about wanting to do the things that women find impressive are actually trying to do the things that other men find impressive. And I think there's a lot of stuff that differs from the male, what we call the male gaze, to the female gaze. And if you want to see a difference in this, go and have this is a fascinating thing you can do. Go and have a look at the cover of any magazine targeted at a man. Then go and have a look at the same magazine targeted at a woman. And you realize that people are dressed very differently. The energy is very different. That's a male feminist that you just described. Okay, I'm going to say something controversial here. I absolutely believe in equality, and I absolutely believe in treating people with fairness and with respect and with kindness. And I also do not trust any man that describes themselves as a male feminist. I would like you, as a man, to be able to embody the qualities of equality and respect and support. And I believe that, in general, the framework that has been supported by a movement focused on equality is good. But sometimes people get so focused on using the label to describe themselves because they feel the label itself has more value than actually following the values of it. Oh no, is he a feminist? What do you think feminism is? I believe it's equality. I don't believe it's about making men or women more powerful than the other, but allowing both genders to have a level of equal opportunity. Equal opportunity, fantastic. Let's go for it. Guys, please don't be like the weird person on Discord that sent me multiple messages of debunking all the feminist stuff because they were a bit mentally unwell. I think that there are, of course, extremists within that movement, but I agree with equality. Please understand that if you're in the chat right now going, actually, no, feminism's bad, extremism is bad in pretty much any group. And I have had people, very unhinged individuals, genuinely send me hundreds of Discord messages, effectively demanding that I change my opinion on stuff. Once you get off the internet, you realize most people don't care. Equality, generally, pretty good. I have found that most people that define themselves as a male feminist are actually doing it as a way to infiltrate and make women like them without needing to do anything that's likable. It's almost like giving yourself a label that is effectively wearing a sticker that says, you must like me. which I think is quite scary. It's a performative nature, or it's done as a way to shield abuse. What am I meant to be killing here? Hang on. Yeah, that's a lovely way of putting it. I will stand up for your rights, therefore you owe me. What am I trying to kill? Laden Dew Gland, the thirsty goblin. What drops the Laden Dew Gland? Is it one of these guys? Sorry to ask again, but what really is a man? I mean, do you want a scientific definition, or do you want a more esoteric philosophical definition? I always like to go more philosophical with this. I mean, the answer, of course, is a miserable little pile of secrets. But if we're going to go philosophical with it, most people want equality. Absolutely. Pete, spot on. Most people absolutely want equality. But a lot of people think that the idea behind feminism is forcing women to have more. And that, again, would suck. We need to bring it up to an equal standard, and equality is good. But remember, very important saying, if you are used to privilege, then equality can feel like oppression. If you have already had hidden advantages that were not made apparent to you, then either removing those advantages by giving them to other people is going to feel like you have been brought down a peg. It's going to feel like you are being handicapped. And while I completely understand, and this is going to be a hard conversation to have, because I think the people that need to listen to it are the people that are going to feel insulted by it. And I'm not trying to insult anyone, but we have to understand that both genders have had advantages in different areas for a long time. But I think in general, men have had advantages in more. I'm not saying every area, I'm saying more. And so whenever we discuss this idea of equality, a lot of people, mostly men, jump in with, well, actually, it's not equal because of this, and this, and women still have advantage here, here, and here, and here. Yes, you're spot on. You're true. But please understand that it's the energy of, imagine if someone says, hey, we need to stop forest fires. And then you go, we don't. That forest over there, it's not on fire right now. And we're like, yes, it's not. That one is. And then you turn around and go, yeah, I'm just saying, not all forests, okay? Not all forests are on fire. Yes, we understand that. We know. That's fantastic. Glad it's not on fire. This one is. Focus on this. That's the best way to do it. Someone will go, hey, you know, men have got this and that and this going on. And someone will go, not all men. I'm like, yes, we've never said that. This is like saying not all forests. Right now, this one's on fire. Right now, this is the one we need to sort out. Right now, this is the one with the energy and the focus. You're speaking from feelings. Studies and statistics show men are the relatively disadvantaged of the two. Do you genuinely believe that? Do you genuinely believe that if you look at the state of the world, men are the one that are struggling? The people with the majority of money and the majority of power and the majority of land and the majority of positions of power. You absolutely do. Okay. I don't think you're right, but maybe you've seen studies that I haven't, and maybe there are kind of things that I haven't seen, and maybe I need to go and educate myself on this. But in general, I don't think that's true. I think that the majority of positions of power and business positions of power and business money and religious positions of power and kind of social and cultural positions of power, I think are held by men. Now, I'm not saying every single man in the world is better than every single woman. Of course I'm not saying that. But I do think we have to occasionally sit back and be like, you know what? You fail to mention the extremely poor. You only mention the rich and powerful. On the extreme, it's also men. Okay, so there are lots of rich and powerful men, and there are lots of extremely poor men. There are lots of extremely poor women, but not as many rich and powerful women. Is that kind of fair to say? There are a hell of a lot of people who are remarkably poor. There are a hell of a lot of... I mean, I think this global split of men and women is roughly 50-50. Maybe it's like 49-51% or something. You'd have to double check the exact numbers from that, but I think it's within that very close 49-51% ballpark. There are probably people. I think, can I just be absolutely honest as well? I think, unfortunately, since Asmongold got banned on Twitch, a huge amount of his viewer base have popped over here, and a lot of that viewer base is very, very kind of male-driven and have maybe been consuming a lot of content that repeatedly says men are disadvantaged. I think that probably has happened. Because whenever we saw that, it would be a lot of, you know, popping over here. Oh, explain how. I don't want to just punch up or punch down with this. But I think that equality is, in general, a really good thing to strive for. Whose life is easier, a man's life or a woman's life? That is way too broad to even begin to imagine. You'd have to break it down into country, you'd have to break it down into culture, you'd have to break it down into the family they were born into, you'd have to break it down into circumstance. That is way too broad. A woman's, you'd say the straight away easier. So you'd say that a woman born to an extremely poor family within a country that absolutely allows and encourages abuse against women has an easier time. No, they don't. Do I see the difference between equality of opportunity and equality of outcome? Yes, I do. I believe in equality of opportunity. I don't necessarily believe in equality of outcome. I think that equality of opportunity should be provided, and then it should be a meritocracy based on how well people are able to do that. Let's say both good looking and an average family in the UK. In that case, they're probably about on the same level. May I just say something absolutely honest here? Killy, you've just said women in Western countries absolutely live life on easy mode. Killy, I'm going to assume you're a guy. I don't want this to become an argument between you and me. I just want to be straight up with you. Straight up, genuinely honest with you. Okay? Imagine if a woman in a Western country who has an incredibly difficult life heard you say that, that would come across as insulting. And what we don't want to do is insult. There are many women who are born in Western countries who still have challenges to overcome. Now, are they going to have more advantages than someone born in an incredibly poor country? Yeah, probably. Absolutely. That's economic. Yeah, no, Killer, I completely agree. I absolutely agree. But when you say life on easy mode, it can come across as telling people that any problems they're suffering aren't actually problems. And that can sometimes have the energy of people who say that they're brutally honest often value the brutality more than the honesty. And when someone says that they're just being brutally honest, you can be honest with tact. You can be honest with care. You can also be honest with a level of respect. And I think that's what I'm seeing missing. I'm seeing a lot of people approach discussions about other people, but it's more important that they remind people how difficult they have it and how easy everyone else has it. I want people to be able to have conversations with a level of mutual respect. And I'm seeing that there is this rising, growing energy of young men disliking young women because they believe they have life a lot easier. There will be advantages they have. That's undeniable. But reveling in the fact that you get to be the oppressed can come across as just being, honestly, quite vindictive. I think it's really important to occasionally examine your behavior and ask yourself, are you just being vindictive? Are you just being angry? Are you just, honestly, are you just unhappy? And I think what can sometimes happen is, and again, correct me if I'm wrong with this, men struggle. I've absolutely been an advocate for men's mental health as much as I possibly can. I don't want to ever feel like I'm putting men down. But I don't want to do that at the cost of making them hate women. People will say male suicide rates are higher. Yes, they are. And that's something that we should absolutely try and look into and make sure that we provide the support and fix that. But I don't think we should be using that as a gotcha for saying who is oppressed more as we try to win gold in the suffering Olympics. No one needs to suffer more because somebody else has it better. If anything, there is a huge amount of synergy to be found, a huge amount of care that I think should be found. And whenever I've met a lot of guys who seem to focus so much on what they don't have and how difficult it is and how unfair women have all these advantages, I'm thinking, are you wanting to make this equal and fair, or are you wanting to be angry and unhappy? Now remember as well, this is the internet. A huge amount of the internet is not actually representative of day-to-day life. You don't want to, if you live hyper-focused on negativity, hey, we got the gland. Not sure what the gland was, 15% drop rate, we got it. If you live hyper-focused on whatever negative thing is, important in your day at that time, you will end up absorbing it. Like, it's your life, man. I don't want to say it, but at the same time, I don't want to feed into that. Because as far as gender norms go, I think one of the biggest indicators of anyone's life being easier or harder is economic power. Anyone born into a super rich family is going to have a much easier time than anyone born into a super poor family, male or female. And I think what sometimes happens is you get you get a lot of, and again, I'm not trying to push this against guys, so I'll just talk about it in a kind of neutral way. You get a lot of people who want to dislike or feel hatred or feel negativity toward other people who have advantages that they don't have. But very rarely do you feel that way toward the super rich. Mr. Albara, but poor women can get married from a rich guy. Poor man can get married from a rich guy too. Why can't you do that? A poor guy could also go and marry a rich guy. Or a poor guy could go and marry a rich woman. You ever notice this? And I'm going to say something controversial here. I think the reason people don't hate rich people is because they want to be them. And I think the reason that poor people will not hate the advantages that rich people have is because they want to have them. And I think the reason that guys will hate the advantages that girls have is they don't want to be a girl, and therefore they are jealous of the advantage. They want to be a rich person, and therefore they're not actually jealous of the advantage, they're envious of the advantage. People don't see themselves as poor people. They see themselves as temporarily embarrassed millionaires. But guys can hate women quite easily because they see advantages that women have. But they won't hate rich people because they don't necessarily consider the advantages that rich people have as unfair. They almost consider them earned. And I think the reason that anyone hates someone with an advantage that they didn't earn is that they won't be able to have it themselves. But have you noticed that whenever you get a group of people that aren't doing too well, in this case, let's take young men, what they will do is find a group of people to hate. Your enemy is not the man or woman that lives down the street from you. Your enemy is not the man or woman that you see in the shopping center. You are closer to a homeless person than you are to a billionaire. The difference between a million and a billion is a billion. People are people, man. But it's much easier to be told that you should hate someone that is close to you but has an advantage than hate someone that is really far away from you and has an advantage. Why even hate? Why even state that? Because that's what people get taught to do. I've never met someone that's happy and well-adjusted and fair and balanced that is also at the same time extremely invested in the culture war. I've never met that. Yeah, you get taught to hate your neighbor. You don't get taught to hate any of the people that made hating your neighbor the thing that you needed to do, which I think is super strange. Where do we level from 46 onwards? Ah, there we go. That is the hinterlands. Let's fly over there then. But also, let me ask a genuine question to anyone who is right now furiously typing out a comment about why men or women don't have an advantage. Are you trying to actually look for understanding, or are you trying to convince people of what you already think? Honest reflection. And if you're trying to look for understanding, do you think Twitch chat is the best place to look for that understanding? Because whenever I see someone type a really long message to me, I don't think they're trying to look to understand, and I can't understand because of the situation that we're in. but people need to let other people know how they think and how they feel. Most people don't want to understand. Most people need other people to understand them because they want to feel listened to. They want to feel seen. And I think that's what a lot of this comes down to. I think, and again, correct me if you think I'm wrong here, I think a lot of young men just don't feel seen. I think a huge amount of young men feel abandoned, and they feel a huge amount of pressure to be this super macho, super powerful, super muscular, super rich guy. They feel pressure to be the ideal vision of a man that other people have been pushing, and this ideal of a man that we've been shown, but it's very difficult to do that. And so you then have to question, well, do women have this advantage of being an ideal woman? Cappuccino, I'm calling out feminists when it was brought up. Sorry, but that's normal, bro. Cappuccino, I'm going to be really honest with you. In real life, no, it's not. I've never had a conversation with someone in real life and they've started talking about feminism and anyone else in the room has gone, excuse me, I need to call you out on that. That's extremely weird behavior. Like, you don't need to agree with it, but it's not normal to do that within regular civilized society. Like, you can agree with whatever you want to agree with. You can think whatever you want to think. I don't need to change your mind on that. I'm not going to change your mind on that. You already have whatever ways you want to go for. And if they're making you happy, and if they're supporting the people in your life, and if they're supporting your family, and if they're showing support for the people you think need support, live that way. That's up to you. But I truly, genuinely think that there is a huge pressure on young men to live in a certain way. In real life, do you happen to hang out with people who maximize looks? No, not really. Are you a streamer? Yes, that's what I'm doing right now. But no. No, I don't hang out with looks maxers in real life. Do you think all streamers hang out with looks maxers? That is a tiny, tiny, tiny amount of the community. It's no real thing. I'm 35, dude. I'm 35 playing a 22-year-old RPG. I've got no interest in trying to get anyone's approval for that. Do I think it's harder or easier to make new friends? I think it's easier provided you're someone who people want to be friends with. No, 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 no. Yeah, made it. Focus on yourself. Be a good person. People often say nice guys finish last, and I say don't be a nice guy, be a good man. Big difference. Big, big difference. Appearance maxing, I should have asked. No, we don't. I forgot there's a connotation for looks maxing. Cappuccino, no, I don't worry about appearance maxing. And I think the fact that you need to give it that kind of terminology and use that verbiage for it is what makes it seem like it's a process that you're doing in order to get a certain result. I like keeping myself in check because I feel that's the best way to present myself. I like wearing white shirts. I like keeping my hair this kind of length. I like my beard looking like this, and I'm confident and comfortable with myself as I am like that. If somebody else wants to look another way, that's fine with them as well. I would rather judge a man's character. Now, your appearance can, of course, tell you a huge amount about someone's character. That's true. It can. Social image maxing, that's more accurate. Cap, I'm going to be real with you, man. Just adding the word maxing to everything is weird. Social image maxing, no. I've got Instagram. I use it to advertise this stream and occasionally put pictures of my dogs up. If I've hit the gym, I'll put a picture of me going to the gym. I think you're trying to pull on this thread that I'm living this masked up, socially pushed life when honestly, I'm just pretty comfortable in myself. man. I'm happy with who I am. I know that I'm not the most muscular. I know that I'm not the strongest. I know that I'm not the richest. I know that I'm not the most popular, but I'm comfortable with what I've got, who I am, and what I'm doing and what I'm talking about. And I'm not always right with everything. You know, I'm willing to listen and read information and see what else I can do. But a lot of people, and I think this is what you're doing right now, and no hate towards you at all, man, but you seem to be convinced that I'm engaging in this process of behavior that is designed to keep other people down, when that's not it at all. If I could do something that would help you, bro, then I'd do that. If there was something that I could support you with, if you wanted to come to the gym, great, let's do it together. If you want to talk about clothes that fit you, great, let's talk about that. I don't want you to feel down. This is not me versus you. And I think one of the worst things that the whole maxing community has done is turn everything into a competition. Unless you are the number one of whatever you're trying to do, you're being beaten by someone and you need to push to it. It's totally okay to be comfortable with just doing other stuff. But I see this behavior from young men more than from middle-aged or old men. Where are we going for the next... Oh, there we go. Wait, no, is that the place? Yeah, the hinterlands. I'm pretty sure I've got the hinterlands flight path. Let me just try and get this first. Do I have the hinterlands flight path? Ooh, no. Do I not have the hinterlands flight path? What the heck? Refuge point of the Arathi. Where's the hinterlands? I guess I don't. Damn. Okay. I never went to get the actual flight path, which is annoying. Right, let's try this. Guess we're going for a run. That's the Hillsbarred Foothills. Hang on, where am I trying to get to? Top right. Hinterlands follow the eastward path. Right. But I'm currently in the... Brad. All right, yeah, we're going that way. Gotcha. Gotcha. So, I think one thing I have seen... I don't know if you guys saw that interview with Clavicula. Or you were, you know, doing literally anything else with your life. But unfortunately, part of me talking about this, I very much feel the need to keep up with whatever's going on online. You guys don't need to subject yourself to that. But he was talking to another guy and basically saying, you know, are you happy with how you look? And the other guy was basically saying, yeah. And Clavicula just could not process that. This was a young man who is obviously very insecure. And people, when they think he's not insecure, he's got loads of women around him and loads of money and loads of power and loads of followers and all this. It's the need to have that. The constant need to flaunt that reveals the insecurity. And I think that unfortunately what we're doing is we're making very narcissistic people very famous. And we're giving them a huge amount of social clout. And that is remarkably attractive to a lot of young people. Did I ever listen to Jordan Peterson? Yes, I've watched a lot of his stuff. I don't agree with all of it, but I think some of it was actually quite good. And again, this is where the nuance comes in. I don't think that a lot of the lessons that Jordan Peterson has been teaching recently are good lessons. But a stopped clock is still right twice a day. I think there's a lot of knowledge that we can take from that. This is what's sometimes the us versus them. And this is where I'm going to lose people. The world isn't black and white. And when I say, hey man, it's not quite like that, a lot of people that like me and support me go, yeah, it's not like that, you know, listen to Josh. And then I'll say something they don't like. And I'll say, hey, you know, it's not like that either. And they're like, no, boo, you should have not said that. you need to be able to take the knowledge from everywhere, even places that you don't like it. If you are discounting knowledge because of its source, then you're not engaged in the pursuit of knowledge. You're engaged in the pursuit of curating who you think is a good and bad person. Knowledge can come from terrible sources. You know what? I still believe in the whole clean your room thing. When he said, if you want to change the world, clean your room, yeah, it's basically what he's saying is, if you want to be responsible enough for systemic change within entrenched and ingrained societies, you need to be responsible enough for showing that you are someone in charge of your own systems. People hear me say that and they'll go, oh, so you support everything he says? No. No. I believe a lot of the advice is very useful from people that you do or don't like. I don't believe that... Okay, so, Cap, you've just said by focusing on one gender's problems. Feminism and the idea of feminism is, of course, a gendered word. If you disagree with that and you want to focus on men's problems, what are you doing to help? Do you always ask when's International Men's Day whenever it's International Women's Day? Or do you know that it's November 19th? Which I had to check yesterday. You're engaging in dialogue. Do you believe dialogue is generally helpful, or do you believe it's just you being confrontational? Do you think dialogue is there to help, or do you think you're there to confront? Because I think it's very useful to be helpful. But sometimes people don't want to help, they just want to confront, because they need people to know that they don't like it when people help people that aren't them. Do I personally need feminism? No. Do I think it's a bad thing? No. Do I agree? Would I agree if someone said, hey, feminism's about making women more powerful than men? I'd be like, I don't think it is. And even if it is, I don't think that would succeed. So we could all just support the people that we want to support. Why do you have to lump not wanting good things for other people on me? Because, Cap, maybe this is not you specifically, but in my experience, the people that jump in to defend themselves whenever a movement is about helping people that aren't necessarily them, but they see themselves as the people that the movement is effectively pushing back against, even if you aren't, it comes across with a level of insecurity. It comes across as this idea of there is an attempt at systemic change for equality within a system that has always benefited you. And if that system no longer benefits you, you'll feel bad about it. Now, maybe I'm wrong about all of that, but you have to understand that, in general, the people that will be harmed by the system changing will be the people that push back against it the most. Can you see that stereotypical and unfair? Yeah, of course I can, Kappa. But stereotypes in general have to help me when I'm talking to thousands of people a day. Of course it's stereotypical, but you and me aren't having a conversation. We're having a back and forth call and response on Twitch. If you and me ever sat down to have an actual conversation, it would be far different to that. I'm sure you understand that. But a lot of people, again, come here looking for an argument based on a culture war thing. And I don't think Twitch is the best place to have this, because I think a lot of people are coming into this with the intention of having an argument as opposed to the intention of trying to understand. Approach with understanding first. Approach with the intention to understand. And if you are able to approach with the intention to understand, then maybe try and make it more complicated. But approaching with the intention to understand, I genuinely think is the best thing to do. And maybe it will work and maybe it won't work. But approaching with the intention to understand is going to get you far further. What did I walk into? Nox, welcome to the internet. What's my take on diversity and the fact that it's made all about women rather than other forms? I don't think it's made all about women. I think there are some things that will, of course, prioritize the gender and sex and some things that won't. That's such a broad question. I don't know. I mean, are we talking hiring practices? Are we talking... I'm not educated enough in that specific area to really have a relevant opinion, to be honest. I don't know what you... Are you looking to understand something from me? Because my understanding of that might be, I don't know. I know you want to teach, but some people just can't be taught. And don't forget, some people want attention. They do. Some people care about being involved in the argument more than they care about being involved in the solution for anything. It would be great if we could live in a much more fair world. It would be great if we could live in a world that is much more supportive, much more beneficial, much fairer. And a lot of that is going to be understanding that there will be problems that you have, and there will be problems that other people have. And engaging with and helping other people solve their problems does not invalidate yours, and then you can ask them for help as well. But by being made to dislike other people because they have advantages that you don't have, that's not going to turn you into a happy person. You wonder where the need comes from to fight for everything. Sometimes I think it's a sense of belonging. People want to belong. People want to feel like a champion of a cause. And if you don't have a cause, or if you are not a champion of a cause, you want to feel that you're standing up for what you believe in. There is a huge amount of, not necessarily adrenaline, but of dopamine that you will get from thinking that you're fighting the good fight. How many people here, be honest with yourself, have spent way too long arguing with people online? On forums, on posts, on Twitch, on YouTube, on Twitter, on Instagram. Classic old school forums is probably the way people used to do it. You would write a message, they would write a message, you would write a message, they would write a message. How many of you did that before? I did. I know I did. I think we all did. Let's be honest. You've argued as a teenager, yeah. And at the time, did it seem like the most important thing you could do? Like, you didn't explain it to someone, and if someone popped in and was like, hey, why are you doing this? You're like, you don't get it, man. This person's wrong on the internet. I've got to do it. There's a level of adrenaline, there's a level of dopamine that you hit when you argue with someone online. There's a level of, you feel that you have a purpose. Even for a moment, you've got to get that energy out. You've got that purpose. You've really got to explain to the other person. And even if the other person isn't going to understand, you need to say your piece. You've got to have the last word. Now imagine that you never grew up and you kept that same energy, but you weren't arguing with people on a forum about something inconsequential. You were arguing with everyone everywhere about whatever social issue you were interested in. Imagine that. Sometimes it's fun to feel that you're standing up for what's right. Sometimes it's fun to feel that you are a soldier in the culture war, but your culture is the best. These are the people that we are talking to. You are talking to someone that has so much passion for defending something or fighting for something or, pushing for whatever culture they think is correct, whatever society they want to live in. And it's evangelical to them. And it feels good. This is horrible to say. It feels good to argue for something when you think you're in the right. But we've all done it. We've all argued with people online. And we all will keep doing it for a hell of a long time. Happy Seal, you can go and Google it, man. But unfortunately, what's happened is, again, a huge amount of this chat will think that I'm against people, and a huge amount will think that I'm for people. I would generally like people to be happy. I would generally like people to have opportunities and chances and be happy. And what I don't like is when I see Group A say, we're being held back by Group B. When actually Group B have got problems of their own and aren't holding you back. They're just doing what they can. The truth is that maybe Group A and Group B are both being held back by Group C that we don't know about. Okay, Marmot at Twitch, I can see the message that's just been held back. Marmot, I don't know you, you don't know me, but let me ask you a genuine question. Do you really think that this chat is the best place for that message? Do you think you're going to get a good, fair, honest, genuine discussion, or do you think you're going to get an argument? Because however you feel about that, and you know what, I might even agree with you, man. I might even straight up agree with you. But do you really think that this is the best place for that to productively happen? I don't think it is. And I think if you're being honest with yourself, you don't think it is either. You're just extremely emotional and passionate about something that matters to you. You don't really care either way. In that case, may I politely and respectfully ask you to understand that putting certain messages into a live chat are going to effectively derail that chat into toxicity and arguments and not actually solve the problem that you feel passionate about. And I hope everyone in chat can see that I'm trying to be respectful and I'm trying to be polite and I'm trying to be courteous, but I'm also trying to find the words to basically say, this is neither the time nor the place to have that conversation. The problem is whenever I say that, people go, oh, you don't care. It's not that I don't care. It's that I understand that in the middle of a maths class is not the time to discuss geography. And in the middle of PE is not the time to discuss covalent bonds. Sometimes when you bring up a topic, you know that you're just going to make people argue. And I don't really want this to be a community of people that just argue with each other. Whether you do or don't agree with that, I don't think it's a good thing to have. And this is unfortunately what those 100 days of streaming devolved into. We like to have fun. We like to have a back and forth discussion with that. But unfortunately, a lot of people online don't seem to understand the difference between a space that has been set up for a debate and a space that has been set up for just a fun, chill, hangout chat. The people who are being toxic are the issue, not the topic itself, but I can see how that's hard to manage. RZ, you are spot on. However, if I know for a fact that I've got, 1,500 people in here, even if 1% of people are going to be incredibly argumentatively toxic with that, that's still 14 people that are going to be putting incredibly awkward messages in chat, and that's going to derail this conversation way faster. I think people don't understand how quickly you can derail a conversation, because it doesn't actually need 14 people to argue. You just need one person to say something incredibly controversial or volatile, and then 5 or 6 people who think they're doing the right thing by arguing back will defend, and then 10 people will defend that, and then 10 people will defend that. And it spirals. Sometimes you got to nip it in the bud straight away. Sometimes you got to say, hey man, nothing good is coming of this. That's the danger. It's not that I think the topic itself isn't worth talking about. It's that I wouldn't walk into a primary school and start discussing incredibly incendiary topics and expect the kids there to be able to take it seriously. If you don't want arguments in the chat, why are you talking about the stuff that has the potential to spur arguments? Prideful, because I don't want people to feel annoyed, and I want people to understand that I also have feelings and opinions on these things, and I want to be able to discuss things that are important to people, But at the same time, what that tends to do is that brings out the more extreme opinions within people, and they then inject those into the chat. So part of me is effectively working out where the conversation can get to without it being toxic and effectively just insults one way or the other, where nothing productive is happening, and then you bring it back down. Finding that limit within that. The other thing you have to basically do is say, right, we're not talking about this because it has the potential to be an argument. Everything can be an argument, man. But as soon as I realized that there are some people in the chat who are just not going to be able to engage with this in good faith. How many people do you think in chat would be able to say, I have a different opinion, and it's quite an extreme one to what you've got, but I don't think this is the right place to have that discussion? I don't think many people would be able to do that. I think some people absolutely need to be heard. Check first cage and second cage. Yeah, BTD, that's not really a good response either, is it, man? Come on. CD is, yeah, you've held your tongue, it's not the right place. Many people that I meet in real life will understand that I just don't really care that much about a huge amount of issues that people do want to pretend that's the most important thing in the world to them. But we also need to acknowledge that there are people who simply do not have the ability to have a good faith discussion because they are ruled by emotion instead of being ruled by a combination of respect and emotion. Some people need to be heard. But does that itself not give rise to a new idea? Why do you think that there is this almost epidemic of people who need to be heard online? Is it because they've got nowhere else they can be heard offline? If people don't feel that they have any control within their own life, if they don't feel they have any potential, if they don't feel they're growing, if they don't feel that they've got any kind of path forward in life, what can they do beyond scream into the void? The problem is this is the void. Sometimes you want a viewpoint to be represented, not ready to be heard myself. Lou, that's a good point again. People feel stomped on and confined and oppressed in the rest of their lives, often legitimately. Ozzy, I completely agree. And so this is not necessarily a place where people come to have a conversation. It's a place where people come to have a release, an emotional release, or a physical or a mental release. It's that idea of arguing online does make you feel good. And some people, this is the power that they have. This is what they do. This is the limits of their power. This is what they do with it. CD, reading it all is depressing. Imagine doing it for 100 days. It sucked. But thank you for being here because you're making it a lot easier. Shall we call chat the void? Yes. I think the biggest danger of the internet is that at any moment you are in danger of hearing a 14-year-old's opinion. And that scares me. For me, it feels good when I get to engage with people who seem like they are engaging in good faith. It's not just a bicker contest. Most online arguments are just, as you very nicely put it, bicker contests. Is there D&D today? No, I believe that's next week. This has felt like a train wreck for me. Really? Do you believe that's because there have been multiple conversations? Also, consider this, and please do approach this with genuine good faith. Let's imagine that you're having a discussion about topic A. and then someone disagrees with you. And then they say, well, what about topic B, which is something that's important to them? And then someone disagrees with them. But that person says, well, what about topic C? And then that person disagrees with them. None of you are bothered about staying on topic. Everyone's just bothered about winning. That's all it is. It's not about finding an answer. It's not about gaining knowledge. It's not even about sharing or communicating. It's about winning. They want to win. They need to feel in charge. They need to feel powerful. It might be whataboutism. It might not be whataboutism. But I think that whenever I watch a long conversation going on, it will always devolve into someone saying something more extreme, then something more extreme, then something more extreme, because staying on topic is never the focus. The focus is about saying something that the other person can't counter, which turns it from a debate into combat. And when someone is more bothered about engaging in verbal combat than they are in gaining knowledge, you kind of know they were never there to gain knowledge in the first place. It's sad, bro, turning discussions into arguments and then it's just a fight with who wins. Oh, I completely agree. Yeah. We want to discuss topic A, but then someone comes in and goes, well, if you think that, you must also think topic B. And someone else comes in and goes, yeah, but don't you think that topic C? And I'm like, look, guys, this is just spiraling out of control so quickly that you're not listening to each other. You're just waiting for your turn to speak. And this is representative of what a lot of the internet is. So whenever people say to me, you've seemed a little bit tense and stressed lately, imagine having this kind of conversation for 8 hours a day, every day. Eventually, it kind of wears you down. No one is able to deal with that. That will burn you out. That will destroy you. Like the waves lapping at the shore, it will grind any rock face down into sand eventually. Do I think the rise of purity testing, where you have to have all the right beliefs or you're an outcast, has increased over the last decade? Online, yes. Offline, no. And I think this is because people online have felt more and more insecurity recently about whether they do or don't belong to whatever subculture they see themselves as being in, and they need to gain the respect of that subculture. And people only respect the people at the top. They only respect the people leading it. The other thing, of course, is that, and this is what I could do, I just only engage with messages that are generally pretty normal, pretty common, pretty easy. And I just completely ignore any of the messages that are weird, which is something that I might just do. The problem is that that doesn't actually stop the conversations. That puts the onus entirely onto the mods to read the conversations and delete the ones that they think are not going anywhere. I think purity testing online has increased. But I think if you get offline and just go and hang out with people, most people just don't care about the online world or the online discourse. Because the internet is really not representative of the rest of the world. It's so varied. Most people are not chronically online. Most people are not on Twitch. Most people are not playing World of Warcraft. Most people don't even know what Classic Plus might be. Are you enjoying the thrilling vanilla paladin leveling gameplay? Yeah, it allows me to spend a lot of time arguing with people online, which I think is the majority of the internet now. If you want to know how weird it is to be online all the time, imagine that you were part of a TV show's subculture, like Hell of a Boss. And imagine that you went to a Hell of a Boss convention and everyone there spoke in quotes to each other. They quoted the show, they quoted the writers, they were just constantly quoting the show at each other. Now imagine you tried to do that not at that convention. Imagine you tried to talk to people, just have a conversation with people using Hell of a Boss quotes who have never seen the show. You know how weird that would be? That's what it sounds like to everyone else whenever you bring internet discourse offline. You know these people who watch The Office religiously and quote The Office at each other constantly? Imagine that's a great way of putting it. Like, yes, Elric, The Office. Imagine that you were trying to communicate with someone by quoting The Office at them, but they'd never seen The Office. This is one of the issues with the online discourse attempting to come offline. You need to give a huge amount of context that only makes sense when people have been online for a long time. And most people look at you and go, this is just not really relevant to my life. Because honestly, it kind of isn't. But constantly, this bringing online discourse offline is weird because it's hard to have that conversation with someone who doesn't speak that language. And believe it or not, being online is a language. There is a new kind of lexicon that you build up by being online. Do I casually like discussing a particular game system from a game I'm playing or a previous one? Real phenomenon behavior. Casually like discussing. I mean, I'll discuss games with people that also like games, but there's a lot of people in my life that don't really care about them, so I don't bring it up too much. Like, you'd have to explain what looks maxing is to most people. And people that are hugely into that subculture will go, no, you don't. No, you don't. Everyone knows what it is. No, they don't. It's still, honestly, quite niche. I mean, yeah, they might have appeared on the news once or twice where they spoke about it. But it is still very niche. Have a good night, Siv. Take care. So sometimes when I'm discussing things with people online, I have to occasionally step back and think to myself, how much actual real life experience does this person have? You'd find a large amount of people who knew if you said, you know, that idiot who hits his face with hammers to change his bones. Honestly, Rudy, no, I don't think you would. I think if you were to take 1 million random people from around the world and put them into a room and ask how many people are familiar with what this is, less than half would know. Most people just wouldn't have a clue. And I think, again, I think half is being generous. I think probably less than 10%. This has been in the mainstream messaging and dominated the conversation. It's more an addiction than relevant progress. Yeah. Virtue signal earns you free social points. So sometimes it's really hard to explain to people that subcultures are nowhere near as popular. That's a great myth. That's fantastic. We do overestimate what we see as normal as at least known about. So for anyone unfamiliar, unfortunately, I can ruin your day a bit more. Looks maxing is this idea that if you do everything in your power to physically become more attractive, you will have higher social capital and therefore be more in demand socially, culturally, and sexually. And, you know, when you just look at the basics, then kind of, yeah, attractive people tend to have the halo effect, which has been discussed and used for a long time. Social capital, yeah, that's kind of what it is. The thing is, the internet makes up new terms in order to make it sound cooler. Looks maxing, we would have referred to as being a dandy. You would have referred to it as metrosexual. The idea of, oh man, I'm just going to raw dog this plane flight. You're going to meditate. That's what you're going to do. When someone says they're raw dogging something, it means they're doing it with no distractions and purely focusing on that thing. It's a new term that they're now using. Dude, I'm just going to raw dog boredom. No, you're using that term because you're saying meditating is for some reason negative. That's what you're doing. You're meditating. You're being a metrosexual and you're focusing on meditating and reflection. That's great. Mr. Goodcat, that's a great way. It is language rebranding. Because in order to do the same thing that the previous generations did is lame. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do what the previous generations did. That's old. We need to do our own thing, our own new cool thing. It's basically the same thing, but we're going to give it a new name. You'll find this all the time. I'm going to lock in. You're going to focus. That's what you're going to do. You're going to have your power hour, but we're not going to say that. It's the idea of taking a process, working out what people have used it, what people have referred to that process as before, and then rebranding it so it sounds cool when you do it. You wish you could do what old generations do, buy land and own property. You need new lingo for that. No, that's one thing that we can't do now. That's not allowed. Yeah, this dude's aura farming. He's just being cool. That's what we would have said, just being cool. You can't stop the evolution of language. Very true. Very, very true. Got to admit, though, having aura sounds a lot cooler than being cool. It does now, and in 50 years' time, it'll sound lame whenever a new phrase that means the same thing gets released. It's the language treadmill. It's the euphemism treadmill. And if you don't keep up on the euphemism treadmill, you're not going to be streets ahead. You're going to be streets behind. And that is not very fetch. Different generations have their own language. Yeah. It's also a way of differentiating the in-group from the out-group. It's a shibboleth. You must understand what it means to be within the in-group. Humans are tribal. And because we don't live in tribes anymore, we have to almost carve out tribes within this massive, interconnected, globalist society we live in. And we carve out tribes by working who has the same political opinions, who has the same sociological opinions, who has the same economic opinions, who is in the same state financially, who's in the same state socially, and who understands the colloquial language that we use now. That's what it is. Did kitsch die? Did we cycle out kitsch? Kitsch became quite a kitsch word itself. humans have this deep desire for belonging. And when we don't know who or what we belong to as a culture, we will just cling to whatever we know and then make a culture around that. Do I believe the world is more divided than back, say, 500 years ago? I think that physically we're able to be closer together, but mentally and psychologically we are being kept apart by smaller differences. I believe there are more, put it this way, there are more people in the room, but fewer people are talking to each other. It is possible to be alone in a crowd. And what's happened is the crowd has got bigger, but the loneliness has got deeper. Welcome in, Ak. We are more connected to people on the other side of the planet, but less connected to people on the other side of the road. And that is because it's very easy to want to say that you are connected to people on the other side of the planet, because that is about an ideology. You can say that you are the kind of person that supports this. But being connected to people on the other side of the road involves actually talking to those people. And that's not something that happens as often. The connection is wide as an ocean and deep as a puddle. Would you rather have 100 people that know your name, or one person that really cares about you? And a lot of people would rather have people that know their name. Influencers care more about how many people they're influencing and less about who those people are. So I believe that what we've been done is we've effectively replaced meaningful connection with simply a numerical value of how much the connection is. Being strongly connected to 3 to 4 people takes effort. You could be weakly connected to 3 to 4,000. But there is also a level of social clout that comes with opening up an app and seeing that 1 million people follow you. Other people look at you and go, oh my God, you must be a tribe leader. You must be important because people all across the world follow you. You must therefore have social clout, social value, and that brings a level of respect with it. Is it deserved? No, not really. And if you want to see what all this shallow connection ends up as, just go and look at LinkedIn. LinkedIn is the most vapid pile of nonsense I've ever seen. Doesn't matter how big and how connected your LinkedIn audience is. It's just connection for the sake of connection. But I do also think that, again, what are we using this for? Why has this become the standard? Is it replacing third spaces? A third space, for anyone unfamiliar, is the idea of a place that isn't your home and isn't your work. And you can go there, normally for free, and simply exist there and socialize there, and it becomes a way of building up a culture. So a good third space would be the pub. A good third space now would be the gym. A good third space would be a library. A good third space would be a youth centre. Good third space would be a sports centre that you don't need to pay to go to. Third spaces are being reduced. We are losing them. As we lose third spaces, our lives become this effective back and forth between home and work and home and work and home and work. The third spaces physically are being removed. They're either more expensive to get to, or they're harder to get to, or they don't exist anymore. The third space used to be a coffee shop. You can't sit there all day. They're even designed now, which means the third spaces have gone online. World of Warcraft is a third space. Twitch is a third space. That's what's happened. It's gone online. An outside park would be a third space. But the third spaces that we have now, it's the internet. Is that why Discord communities are so many? It could be. But a lot of these spaces are about creating that feeling of belonging and then maintaining it. It's dystopian. It absolutely is dystopian. We are human beings trying to find a tribe, but our tribe is online. And then when we do find that tribe, we are suddenly almost thrown into a competition where we have to prove our worth within it. It's not just, oh, you like Star Trek. Which one do you like the most? Who's the best captain? What's your favorite episode? Have you seen this? Have you gone to that? Do you own the memorabilia? It's welcoming someone into a third space is a dual process. The first of all, you are pleased that they are there. But secondly, and all humans do this, it's a chance to assert your own position within it. Because when someone joins your subculture, you don't just see them, they see you. And that is your chance, and I'm sure we've all been guilty of this before, that is your chance to let them know who you are. And sometimes that's a thing that you're simply doing to reassert your own dominance. You establish a hierarchy. Have you ever tried to join anything and the person that let you in, or when you first go to whatever it is, a meeting, a band, you watch a band, you watch a film club, a book club, any kind of group, and you can straight away tell that that group are testing you? Taran, that is a lovely phrase. Everyone wants to be a someone. But with the internet connecting everyone together, we're all trying to be someone. And I think one of the biggest things that we are seeing, and again, correct me if you feel differently on this, the internet has put us into an interesting position, a weird position, where we are comparing our average everyday lives against the highlights of some of the best people in the world at whatever they do. When you go to the gym, you're not just comparing yourself to other average people who go to the gym, you're comparing yourself to the best bodybuilders to ever live. If you want to be an author and write a book, you're not comparing yourself to other people you know that are writing books. You're comparing yourself to the best authors ever. That's dangerous to do. If we want to start cooking as a bit of a hobby, you aren't comparing yourself to people who cook as a hobby. You're now looking at professional chefs. And I think this affects young people disproportionately because they have never known anything different. In the gym world, we call it gymflation. The idea that the best body is no longer the best body. It now needs to be so much more extreme. We're not just looking at video game people playing video games anymore. We're now looking at the best speedrunners in the world all the time, the best players. What the internet has done is it has given you access to the top 1% of the top 1% of the top 1% all the time, forever, in everything you do. And now, if you want to join literally any subculture, in order to be the best, you don't have to just be as good as you can be in a local area. You have to be as good as you can be globally. We see this with, let's imagine that you want to be quite good at Magic the Gathering. Card game, I like Magic the Gathering. Well, before the internet was really a thing, you could just be quite good in your local Magic the Gathering scene. And if you were quite good in your local scene, yeah, people said you were a good player. But now, you've not just got to be quite good in your local scene, because you can suddenly compare decks and gameplay and experience from every single person globally who's playing. To be a good player, you've now got to be as good as the best. Is this philosophy, or are you just talking? Kind of both, Axel. That's how Twitch works. So I think what we've had is, can we have this in MMORPG terms? Being decent within your guild used to be important, then it was being decent on your server, and now all the servers have been merged and you have to be decent against the best and the best and the best. And young people are born into a world where this has always been true. If a young person wants to paint Warhammer models, they don't just go to their local games workshop and talk to the person that runs it and ask for painting tips from people locally who are quite good at painting. They have immediate access to the best painters in the world. And suddenly, you are not comparing yourself to anyone local, you are comparing yourself to the best in the world. Imagine starting any new hobby and immediately knowing that you have unfiltered access to compare yourself to the best in the world, and everyone else will do that as well. That to me is scary, to think of that as a thing that will happen, and yet it does. If you aren't a professional esport player, why are you even playing a video game? I've heard people say that. Comparison is the thief of joy, and the internet is a comparison machine. Now, the upside is that people are better at these things, but does that mean they're having more fun? Because I'm going to say something weird here. Being bad at something can actually be really fun. And there can be a level of fun taken away from you when you realize how bad you are. The internet has definitely made it better to get good at something. But I do think it's also made it better to have fun. So I made it harder to have fun at something. Being able to improve is important. But being unable to have fun unless you are the best, or at least very high up, that sucks. The internet has done an incredible job at bringing us all together. It's also done one hell of a mental attack on people when it's made people suddenly feel that they need to be compared against everyone and everything else. Nice. Warmonger's Circlet of the Owl. 214 armor, 13 intellect, 13 spirit. It's a bind on equip green. Could be sold for something. Viper, that's a lovely way of looking at it. Raise the floor, but remove the roof. And if you guys ever want to kind of visualize how this is changing, how many of you, when you were a kid, would be lucky enough to get a new video game, go home, and you play it, and know nothing about it? I love that feeling. Maybe you'd read the manual, the instruction booklet, in the car. How many of you got a new video game, you went home, PC, PlayStation, N64, Dreamcast, GameCube, whatever you had. You'd install it and you played it. Now, a new video game comes out. How many views do you think those 10 things you need to know before playing this game video have on YouTube? Don't miss this when you play this. Here's the best build for this game straight away. Super secrets that you need to know when you play this game. Don't make these first-time mistakes. Hundreds of thousands, in some cases millions of views. There is a culture of not making a mistake when you play a game, because making a mistake means that someone else in the world that you will be judged against has beaten you. I wish I knew this before I played this game. Now, if you want to play the game first and watch them afterwards, that's absolutely fine. But do you think that people are maybe robbing themselves of an experience? I do. And now understand that there are some people who were born after this is normal. Doing that is not weird for them. Not doing it is weird. Sometimes no one, that's a great line. Pride, that's lovely. Sometimes nobody is judging you and you still feel the need to be perfect. Sometimes the only person you are in the race with is yourself, and you still don't want to come second. And it scares me that there is a rising mentality of you cannot make a mistake doing this. You will waste your time. You are incorrect if you don't do this from the very start. The amount of people who, when I first started playing Warcraft, genuinely hated the fact that I wasn't using my hotbars. And I don't mean just a little joke with it. They genuinely hated it. And they would send me messages on Discord and on Instagram and on Twitter and private messages on Twitch reminding me that I need to do this, I need to do that, I need to do the other. Because people could not understand that I was approaching something in a different way that they were approaching it, and I was approaching it in a less productive way, a less correct way. That's some toxic passion. It is. Whenever you say something that somebody disagrees with, they absolutely need to let you know that you're doing it wrong. They cannot let you do something wrong because they see that as a slight against them. Because if you're doing it wrong and you're having fun, they feel foolish because they couldn't do that. People say to me, when are you going to get a threat meter? I don't need a threat meter. As long as the enemy's attacking me, I'm doing fine. Oh, but if you don't have a threat meter, you're actually insulting the people that you're doing dungeons with. Okay, in that case, I'm just going to dungeon with people that don't mind that I don't have one. And if we succeed, we succeed. And if we die, we die. As long as we all put effort into it, that's absolutely fine. I am background noise as you grind Diablo 2. Good game. Very good game. What's your build? Right, let me just try and find whatever this item is down here. Hey, there we go. This is cool. I love underwater stuff like this. I'm really glad that I changed the underwater graphics just to be much easier to see. I think this is the weak. This is the old underwater, isn't it? The old underwater looks so much nicer. Enchantress, Sorceress, Demon Machine Explosion on a crossbow. Cool. Not seen the build. Hopefully it goes well. There is also a little bit of a secret that I don't let people in on, and that's that whenever I do any... I don't like saying this because it sounds lame, but it's important that you all know. Whenever I do any content that requires other people to rely on me, I actually do have a huge amount of energy and effort reserved to make sure I'm doing that correctly. And what I try to do is I actually try to streamline things so I'm able to do that without looking like I'm doing that. Because it's important for me to pay attention and to focus, but also to be able to just look like I'm having fun. And the reason I do that is there are a lot of people who are extremely intimidated by MMORPGs. And I want them to be able to enjoy them. I would love new people to try this genre, but I'm aware this genre is quite scary and quite intimidating. So if someone new joins this stream and sees that I've got 6 abilities on my hotbar, one of which is a frickin' potion, they might think, that seems pretty easy, I'll give it a go. And then they might enjoy it. And if they do enjoy it, then they will build up and they will learn and they will research. But you don't normally want to start by trying to intimidate someone away from your game. Because let's be fair, this is a bit of a small genre. World of Warcraft is different within it because that is one of the titans of the genre, but MMORPGs in general, not really as popular as Candy Crush. But when people say, hey, I really enjoy this game, do you want to play some of the game with me, do some stuff together? I've actually got an invisible hotbar above this hotbar that have got all my actual abilities on it that are bound to shift and then a number 1 through 12 that I'm using by pressing my mouse. And what I've done is I've just memorized what all of those do. So if I press Shift 8, I'll cast Seal of the Crusader. And then if I press 5, I will judge Seal of the Crusader. Then if I need to get some mana back, I can press Shift 9, and that'll cast Seal of Wisdom. So I've actually got 12 abilities that I'm casting all the time by using Shift and then the 12 buttons on the side of my mouse to know what I'm doing. But at the same time, you like to lie to people. Yes, I lie to people to make them get into the game. And then when they're in the game, I will teach them how to play it. I don't want the game to look intimidating. But I absolutely want them to play it. That's why you'll see me use way more than 5 abilities. But I actually quite like that as well. And when we're tanking, Shift 1 is bound to Righteous Defense, which is where I can grab the aggro about whoever's locally being attacked. Shift 2 is bound to Holy Shield, which is the one that lasts for 10 seconds and gives me reflected damage. Shift 3 is bound to Heal, which is the basic heal for me. Shift 4, what was Shift 4 bound to again, if anything? Oh, Shift 4 is bound to Blessing of Sanctuary, which is the defensive tanking buff I want to keep on myself all the time. Shift 5 was bound to... what was that? What was Shift 5? Shift 5 is Blessing of Wisdom, which I use to cast onto other people. Yes. Shift 6 is the bubble that I cast if I need to... if I'm taking a lot of damage, I need to bubble and run away. Shift 7 is Lay on Hands. Shift 8 is... what was 8? I can memorize it, but not remember the exact things. 8 was... it's not Blessing of Wisdom, was it? I'm trying to remember now what I pressed for this. Oh, 8 was Seal of Crusader, of course. Shift 9 is Seal of Wisdom. Shift 10 is Seal of whatever gets me health back. That's the one. Seal of Light. Shift 11 is bound to my horse. And then Shift 12 is Cleanse, which I'm not using because nothing needs cleansing. There's no way you press Shift 7 in the middle of a fight. Of course there is. Why would I not be able to press that? So right now I need some health back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift 11, and then I'm going to judge that. Shift 11 again. Then I'm going to press Shift 2. And now I should be getting some health back every time I hit this dude. There we go. Beautiful. That way, I'm able to have a huge amount of control over the paladin. The buttons are on the mouse. Yeah. On the side of the mouse, just there. So I've got a huge amount of control over what the paladin is doing without necessarily looking like an overwhelming UI. Because I think one of the reasons a lot of people stop playing MMOs or even don't get into them is the UI looks overwhelming. It's really important to me that I try to keep the UI as basic as I can, because then it looks like a much more kind of appealing, simplistic, easy thing to do. Looking at what the 11 button is. The 11 button would be Summon my horse, but I can't mount here. Oh, this is the Griffin Egg one. I remember this. Is that why they removed a bunch of spells for Midnight? I'm not sure why they did what they did for Midnight at all. But I know that personally, one thing that I always do try to do is make any game I play look as approachable as possible. As long as it looks approachable, people can join and people will want to join. There you are. Are the eggs down here? Yes! Give me the eggs. How have I been? Pretty good, man. Thank you for asking, bro. MMORPGs have a community of people who need you to know how to play properly. And if you don't play properly, they get very annoyed at you. So right now I need mana more than I need health, which means judging the Seal of Wisdom and then putting the Seal of Wisdom back on myself while attacking this thing might be useful. It's kind of why you stop playing them. It's also why I want it to look simple and easy. Yeah, people get irritated when you don't play the way they play. Let's get 5 griffin eggs, then head back. But let's be honest, MMORPGs are not difficult games. They are repetitive adventures within interesting worlds. And as long as you can keep repeating the adventure, we're all happy. People say, oh, dead game, dead game, dead game. Unless you are engaging with every single person within the player base, it doesn't need to have millions of players. It needs to have enough to continue and enough to play with. Some content can be difficult, absolutely. But in general, remember that MMORPGs are designed for most of the players to be able to complete them. You have difficulty reconciling the concept of people being afraid of MMOs and stuff like Lost Ark, which is the definition of convoluted, raking in millions of players at launch. There are a lot of people that do like these kind of games that don't stick with them. Those kind of players, and remember, millions within gaming terms is still not a lot of people. Right, this is a problem. Right, Shadra, you're a boss. This is a real problem. Okay, give me a sec. Oh, that is a problem. Right, let's come back and kill you. MMORPG players can also be nomadic. They simply move from game to game. There's the spider that kills me. Let's go and kill her right back. That was a tough boss. What are some aspects of WoW I've enjoyed, specifically compared to other MMORPGs? I love the idea of world drops, just random world drops that happen to be the best in slot for anything. Like the fact that anything could drop a flurry axe is amazing. Love that. The chance that you could just see the best possible item you need from killing a basic enemy, cool. World drops are great. I also love the fact that so many classes exist to be selfless. You have a huge amount of synergy with your team. Almost every single class brings a level of synergy that makes a team stronger with it there. I love the idea of the bind on equips, the greens. I love the idea of progression. What I really love is the fact that the numbers are so low. You've gotten more world drops than chat combined, and you've played the game for 21 years. I've seen the Flurry Axe twice, and there was another purple that I got that was quite good. I didn't get the Flurry Axe twice. I've seen it drop twice, but I have seen another world purple drop that had something. I forget what it was. We've seen a few blue drops. We've got the nice helm that gives you fire resistance. That was good. We've just seen quite a few decent drops, haven't we? I like simple numbers. Maxing out at 100 for like plus stuff is great. The more I watch you, the more I want to give WoW Classic a shot, but the time investment is insane. I mean, yeah, but the time's going to pass anyway, so invest it how you like. Also, stop looking at it as an investment and start asking yourself, do you want to play this game? You might not get to the end. That's fine. The journey still works. Do you want to play the game? If you want to play the game, then just go for it. Have a good time with it. Right, Righteous Fury. We've got the seal on. We've got that on. We've got this on. I'm going to go and kill Shadra. Video games are a fun way of spending your time. If you want to spend your time in the journey, go on the journey. If you don't, don't. That's kind of it, really. I'm just sitting here and waiting for a bit before I go and try and kill Shadra again. Perhaps a secret third bar exclusively for buffs and blessings. That could be a thing that I end up doing. But I'm going to buff myself there. And then Crusader, attack, this, that, this, that. Well, you know what? That did not go well. To be fair, they're level 55 and I'm level 45. So we're going to see how fast... Damn it. Resisted the stun as well. Cool, we'll do it again. There is no way you're killing that. You need a group. I've learned that. God damn. That is a brutal spider. So you know what? Let's just release. Then go and hand in some quests. I don't mind taking the damage. That's fine. I've got some quests over here to hand in. How much have they said about Classic Plus? Don't know. Not really paying too much attention to it, to be honest. That was tough. That spider was... I'm going to bring my A game and fight that when I head back. But again, that's what I like about WoW. Occasionally you'll find a boss that just kicks your ass. People sometimes forget that World of Warcraft was made to be accessible. It was made to be more accessible than EverQuest was. Right, where's the... Is there a guy here that fixes stuff? Because I need to get my stuff fixed. Damn it. Hang on, tracking. Where's the fixie dude? There we go, repair. Is there a repair guy? There is, but he's above me. Let's go... Guessing you're up there. Yeah, so Classic is not officially announced yet, so don't go looking for anything official on it. You won't find it. Do I think it will happen? I mean, yeah, the amount of hype they've built up over it, they'd be foolish not to at this point. Right, how does one access the upper levels of this area? Is that some kind of lift? No. Aha! There we go. And you! Blacksmithing supply. Let's go. Yeah, every time someone tells me that World of Warcraft is hard, I'm like, it's designed to be finished. I can't believe these dwarves would make stairs. Regular size stairs, which for them are quite big. So, griffin eggs were where I just was. That was the problem. I suppose I've got to go back and... Ah, witch doctor. Let's go and kill you. Right, 5-minute break, pop to the bathroom, grab a drink, grab a bite to eat, stretch your legs. I'll see you guys in 5. Don't go anywhere. I know you're all millennials, so here's a DVD logo and a countdown timer for 5 minutes, so you know how long I'm going to be. Right, see you in 5. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. Some of you were left alone with your thoughts there. How was it? Just you? Just the conversation? Just the chat? You guys just having a good time? Having a bit of a think? Scary? Weird? Yeah, don't you worry. I'm not going to let you be left alone with your thoughts for too long. Wouldn't want you having ideas. Wouldn't want you having notions. Can't let you have those. It is important to be bored every now and again, which is why I'm here to provide the service of a really boring stream. I've often said it's very important to be able to be bored. And so, allow me to present to you a boring stream. You know what? Today's conversation got pretty intense. I think tomorrow we just talk about our favourite chocolate bars for 4 hours. How's that sound for everyone? I think we should all be in agreement that that sounds like a good idea. I know you come here and say the same things every day. Of course I do. You can't have a conversation for someone, or with someone, for 4 hours a day, every day, and expect to not repeat yourself at some points. Tony's Chocolonely. You know what? Tony's is a good one. Tony's is some good high-quality chocolate right there. But also, yeah, let's just be real, guys. If you're going to have the same conversation every single day, again and again and again and again and again, eventually you're going to repeat yourself. It's going to happen. Beginner game dev. Do you think posting stuff on social media is important? On the fence about it. My art or coding skills aren't the best, so don't know if people would be interested. Kurt, people don't particularly care. Unless you are really, really, really good at what you do, people are not going to follow you for it because they have access to the best in the world all the time forever. Do it for you, not for them. Post something that you are proud of. Post something that allows you to chronicle your own journey. You are not asking their permission to exist. You are showing other people the artwork that you are creating. That doesn't need permission to be there. It needs to be there because you want it to be there. Just put it there. What do I think about Terry's Chocolate Orange? I think it's great. I think it's fantastic. I think it's definitely won the fight for shaped chocolate. Aero chocolate bars are amazing. Straight up, they are. Right, we're back to being normal. This is good. On to me, please, guys. Here we go. I killed you. Now it's time to kill you. You slightly dislike the idea of beans on toast. Good. You're meant to. Otherwise you won't appreciate it when you try it. You have to slightly dislike it. Then you try. Then you're like, ah, that's quite good. Right, I still need to kill Chakaz? Where's Chakaz? Chakazar. Hang on, where are you? What's it called? A gesture of goodwill. Right, killed you. Now kill Chakaz. His pet spider. Right, wherever the spider is, that'll be there. Inju, nothing happened while you were sleeping. Nothing happened at all. Don't watch the VOD. Oh, there you are. Wonderful. Right, leave the party. Let's head off. Inju, nothing happened. Is Bueno a chocolate bar or a candy bar? Because I don't think there's enough chocolate in Bueno to justify it as a chocolate bar. But I do think it's a candy bar. But also, we don't talk about candy in the UK a lot. It's just not a word that we use. When I was younger, maybe about 20, there was a shop in the shopping centre that I worked in that made milkshakes, and you could just order the custom-made milkshakes for what, whatever they had. And they had like chocolate bars, and they had ice cream, and they had all that kind of hundreds and thousands and bubblegum dots, whatever they were called. And one day I went up and I said, I'll have a Bueno milkshake. And the person behind the desk went, how many Bueno would you like? And for some reason I went, I don't know, 3? So they probably quite correctly, weirdly looked at me while they put 3 Bueno into a milkshake. And I then obviously drank it. And only after drinking the milkshake did I stop and think to myself, I would never just eat 3 Bueno in one go. Like, I'd have one and then be like, that was nice, I'll have another. Then I'll have another and be like, well, I feel sick now. Then I'd wait a few hours and be like, you know what? A third would do. Then I'll do that. Like, I'll have 2, feel bad and have a third later. I wouldn't have 3 in one go. And I definitely wouldn't drink 3. I have also discovered the fish and chip shop near me does deep-fried Mars bars. You ever had a deep-fried Mars bar? Battered and deep-fried. Oh, yeah. I had a deep-fried Mars bar. I'm going to be honest, not as great as I thought it would be. Slightly, I mean, disappointing is not the right word. So what they do is they freeze the Mars bar because you don't want to deep fry something that's not frozen because it would just melt. So they freeze the Mars bar, then they batter it, then they deep fry it just like they would a fish. So have you ever been to a fish and chip shop and had a deep fried sausage or a battered sausage? You know how it's just like regular sausage in crispy batter on the outside. Imagine a regular Mars bar with crispy batter on the outside, but it's all slightly melted. I gave it a go, and I'm going to be honest, it didn't really taste of anything. It was, if you've had one, you might be able to understand what I'm saying. It was sweet, but it kind of all just blended together into a sweet and oil. And the whole thing just kind of, yeah, the sweet and the salty kind of cancelled each other out instead of hyping each other up. And I just kind of ate it thinking, I'm just eating a chocolate bar with a load of fish shop batter around it. And it's not nice. But at the same time, I think I could probably go the rest of my life without having another one. Josh, sometimes it's okay to not describe details. No, you need to know. The nougat and the caramel within the Mars bar kind of just blended because of the heat. My life is richer for the knowledge, absolutely. I feel like I'm a more fleshed out person for having tried it, because I'll try anything once. I will, I'll give it a go. People say you only make a mistake once. No, I'll make a mistake 5 or 6 times to make sure it really is a mistake. Like, you've really got to know that you've definitely done something wrong. And then you're like, you know what, we should stop. That's important. It's important for everyone to know. Got to find the griffin eggs wherever they may be. If I were a griffin egg, where would I be? The chocolate pizza video. I haven't found a Chinese or a pizza place that does a good chocolate pizza, but I'll keep looking. Believe you me, I'll keep looking. Yeah, I'll make a mistake a couple of times. You have to learn a bit every time you do it. Josh wasn't the reason I found the UK strange. I'm sure I didn't help. Oh, goodness me. I was up early this morning. I woke up at 11 o'clock. In the morning. That's before midday. Do you get what I'm saying? Like before both the arms on the clock are pointing up, I was awake. Sickening, honestly. Stinky behavior all round. Where on earth are these eggs that I need to find? That does not sound WoW compatible. It really isn't. You know, I think I need to occasionally sit back and ask myself some serious questions like, am I taking myself serious enough to play this game all the time? How does that work? Pizza bread with Nutella and M&Ms on top. Troy, it's pretty much exactly that. Imagine pizza dough. Right, we're halfway there. Now imagine covering it in melted chocolate. We're pretty much all the way there now. Let's add some spice. And by spice, I don't mean spice, I mean a little bit of changes. Let's add maybe some M&Ms, some Skittles, some Smarties. Let's go a bit, a bit crazy with it. Keep it all loosey-goosey like. Are M&Ms a spice? They are now. Pepperoni? No. I see what you've done there, though. So, right, I understand why you've made this mistake. You have approached this as if you're making a pizza. It is not a pizza. It is a chocolate pizza. Similar in name only. Let me try and find some more eggs without aggroing the big angry spider. But isn't sweet and salty a good mix? Yes, in the right ratios. Fries in the ice cream. Guys, if you're going to get a McDonald's milkshake, it's okay to dip the fries into it. That's just a fine thing that you can do, just so you know. Are you talking about a thick crepe with chocolate on top? No, I'm talking about an actual pizza base, because I bought this from a pizza shop, which means they took an actual plain pizza base and put chocolate on it. You can dip the McDonald's fries in the milkshake. That's legal. You're allowed to do that. I checked. The chocolate is Nutella that they use. I don't think it is, because Nutella's quite expensive. It would be like the cheap paste chocolate from Aldi or Lidl. Liar, you didn't check anything. There is a video of me on JoshStrifeSays of me eating a chocolate pizza, and I guarantee it's not Nutella. Just because you got away with it doesn't mean it's allowed. It legally does. If you got away with it and people know about it, that does mean it's allowed. If it wasn't allowed, you wouldn't have gotten away with it. That's when there would have been a problem. Can you dip the McDonald's fries in the Josh Special Bueno shaker? Yes. Again, actively encouraged. Right, I'm checking the third cage over here. And then after checking all the cages, I will be done with this quest, I believe. Right, hang on. Let me just deal with these guys first. I've put the Judgment of the Crusader on them, which I am just switching between attacking both to make sure that doesn't fall off now. Sticking rum and coke in a ninja slushy maker is also legal. Do it. Live your best life. Tell them I said it was fine. That's a worthy defense in most jurisdictions. Right, there's a final cage in here somewhere. There you are. A chocolate pizza should be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. You guys should all experience something you don't want to, food-wise, at least once. Expand your horizons. Was the pizza base sweet? No, just regular pizza base. Just a regular, normal, basic pizza base. You're overthinking this. Doesn't need to be any more complicated than that. As a celiac, you'd rather not. You did coriander and it was a mistake. Right, obviously there's limits. There are limits to that. There's a classic poster of that. Someone said, do one thing every day that scares you, and someone replied, you know what, I will. I'm going to fuck a blender. No, there are limits to what should... Some things should scare you correctly. Don't do that. Like there's a layer that you should be at, and there's a layer that you shouldn't. Occasionally I have to say things like this to make sure you're all paying attention still. It's imperative the cylinder remains unharmed. What if you're turned on by the blender and it's turned on by you? As long as the blender is over 18, go for it. Right, handed in lots of quests. I mean lots of quests, good lord. Do I have any opinions about Canadians or funny stories? I mean, I've got very, very many funny stories in general, but about Canadians specifically? No, they're a very, very normal bunch of people. Josh, the blender has to consent too. Yeah, trust me, you'll know if it doesn't. It will be very apparent if it doesn't. Handed in so many quests, and I am so ready to get to Zul'Farrak. Oh my god, Tanaris has got so many of these things done now. Handle with care goes to the village. That goes to somewhere else. Right, what quests have we got that I need to hand in? The Hillsbrad Foothills doesn't have any. Do I have any quests to hand in anywhere down here? I don't think so. Do I have any quests to hand in over in Kalimdor? I actually think I might have some quests to hand in here. Yes. Complete the back to Gadget Zan pretty much, and then hand in that robot thing over there. So Gadget Zan might be the new place. What is Felwood? This sounds cool. I've not been to Felwood before. Level 55. That's slightly beyond what I'm able to do right now. But do we have any quests locally? Right, so let me just have a quick check. The Hinterlands, the Altar of Zool. Check the top of the Altar of Zool, then return to the Griffin Master. Where's the Altar of Zool? There it is. Right. Let's go and check that and then return back. It's a nice simple quest to do while I'm here. Nothing too difficult, you know? Nothing too difficult. It's a 50+ area. I'm not that old yet. Today has been a day and it only just hit 4 hours. I feel that we've definitely discussed a lot today. I don't think a lot was learned. But I think a lot of people got very angry, and that's mostly the point. I think today was definitely the verbal equivalent of fucking a blender. A lot of people got scared. Some people were upset. One person got very passionately into it, and everyone else just kind of wishes it hadn't happened and they could forget it. Someone, however, will try and do it again. The horse looks nice, though. Yeah, that's true. At level 60, I believe you get a slightly more golden paladin horse, the paladin charger, which I'm very excited to get. Biggest takeaway is tongue exercises. Very important. Do your tongue exercises, otherwise you won't have as strong a tongue. Quest for the Pally Charger is really good. Well, then we'll do that. The mount requires some money, though. That's fine. I'll just take it from the guild bank. That's what the guild bank is for. How does one do tongue exercises? You have to tune in tomorrow for us to talk about that. Today has been a very Thursday stream. And Thursday, I don't know how to explain this. Thursday has like Monday energy. When you have a lot of thoughts in your head, and because I need to make long pauses or have issues, do you have any idea how I can work on that? I have a small problem. When I talk, I have a lot of thoughts in my head, and because of that, I need to make long pauses or have issues. It's okay to pause, and it's okay to say to someone who interrupts you, not finished yet, just give me a second to think. That's not rude. That's just letting them know. But what you can do if you know this is a problem is effectively try and prepare what you want to say. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. So it can be very important to occasionally... There we go. Search the altar of Zuck. Done. Bit of preparation. Made it. We are, however, apparently still in combat. This is A-OK. You can't prep everything, though. That's true. So what you can sometimes work on is understanding the framework of what you have prepared. You don't need to know how to cook every single meal in existence. You do, however, need to understand the fundamentals of cooking. How to apply heat, when to turn the heat off, how to store ingredients. You don't always need to know every single instruction for every single Lego model you could ever build. But if you understand the fundamentals of how you can construct and how you can build, you can often find your way to what you need from following those fundamentals and those frameworks within what you have. So sometimes, instead of trying to work out the exact thing you need to say, work out the framework of what you need to include, where you want to start, the core of what you want to talk about, where you want to go. This is why I encourage people to drill the fundamentals again and again and again. You do not need to understand the specifics of every situation. If you understand the core fundamentals, you can apply what you do know to various situations. Now, we've been streaming for 4 hours. And this is where things get weird, so let's talk about quantum mechanics. which is where mechanics both are and aren't. People do forget how important the fundamentals are. Like, it's the most important thing to know. Because remember, they're not called the boring fundamentals. They're called the fundamentals because they are enjoyable. I think I need to go to bed. Was that a good joke? Maybe I should stay putting the fun in fundamentals. Yes, no, it was whelming. Let's get to the top of this ramp. And then let's log off for the day. Boring fundamentals is a good jumping off point. Yeah, as in, it makes you want to jump off a point. I'm glad that you let out a small chuckle. That's honestly kind of what I go for. WoW was not released in 1999. That's very immersion breaking. The fact that that's when the operating system was released. Right, has this guy just sent me on a quest to the Blasted Lands? Where are they? Aren't they down here? God damn, okay. Guess we're going down to the Blasted Lands for a second. That's going to take a while. And that'll be the first thing that we do. Is it too late to start the Burning Crusade? Yeah, it's like 10 o'clock at night. You don't want to start it now. You won't be able to get too far before you have to go to bed. Right, I'll see you all tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Who else is streaming right now? Because now we've got all of the weird people out of the stream, we can throw you over to the less weird people. Zeppler is doing Final Fantasy. Go and say hi to Zeppler. Be less weird. I'm sure she'll love you and she'll appreciate you. Let's see what she's up to. But for now, have a good night. Say hi to Zeppler for me. Take care. Good night. God bless.